Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Fuck never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hey everyone, I'm Nikki, and I will be playing Delphine Gaia Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge tonight.
Hi everybody, my name is Jay Payne. The only slumber party we need is this slumber party because we all need some extra sleep. And I'll be playing Forged from Failures to Bone Gnawer Ruin.
Hi everybody, I'm tired of this grandpa and I'll be playing Juniper and Black Fury Ragabash.
Hi, I'm Nevers, and I play Quinn Kelly, the Ragabash Children of Gaia.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Howdy, hello, Internet. My name is Echo, and tonight I will be playing Gaia's favorite princess, Willow, the Galliard of the Children of Gaia.
Yo, everybody, I'm Champ, aka everyone's favorite guru, bestest guru ever, and I will be playing Aspen Philodox of the Silver Fangs.
Party! Oh wait, that was Tuesday. Sorry. Let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week on Hellhounds, we saw the Children of Gaia come together for a bit of a meet and greet, a get to know ya, as Terrence and Isidoro spent time with Quinn and Willow. Willow learning that she might be able to learn a combating style that could work against other Guru without harming them that way in the form of a bow staff. However, that is all to come eventually. We then saw Forged and Juniper head to their former sept's location in Hell. They found that the cairn had gone dormant, but they found that something was amiss at the Hell Saloon. And when they went to investigate, they saw exactly why, as they saw a reddish-tinged pelt hanging from one of the chandeliers and photos, lots and lots of photos, spread out throughout the interior of the facility, showing many of the dead former Sept members. And then a little something extra for Juniper, as there were photos of her former homestead, now a developing housing development. Then we saw Delphine go to Aspen, Jester, Artie, and Eliza with her presentation in regards to opening a new cairn in Ybor City. There were good questions asked, concerns expressed, and much work to be done before the official approval can be made, but it seems like things are heading in a new direction for this pack, and they may find themselves with a new home soon enough. And then finally, we saw Raymond go to meet with Jordan to apologize for everything Jordan had been through and to take the verbal abuse that had been long overdue in regards to what had occurred. However, due to the repentant nature of Raymond, Jordan did eventually forgive him by making him do 1,000 push-ups, which eventually led to them falling back into old habits as old friends. This week, however, we start off in a hospital where two Guru who had a bit of a run-in in Michigan, accidentally of course, now find themselves at the mercy of a former Sept ally, now turned enemy. Let's get to it. Forged and Juniper. The last thing you remember was fighting outside of the Hell Saloon, as Juniper had gone into a frenzy after seeing the state of what had happened to their homestead. This led to a brawl within the bar that ended up going outside of the bar after a gas leak explosion caused the entire saloon to go up in flames. It was the quick thinking of Forged that ended up saving Juniper's life in that scenario by pulling her out of the building just in time for the blast to do as minimal damage as could be expected to both of them. This fight continued outside of the saloon until Juniper was knocked unconscious and Forge was barely clinging. Using what little resolve he had left, he scooped up the unconscious Juniper and headed into the forest, where eventually he also succumbed to his wounds, passing out amidst the trees. But when you woke up, you found yourselves in a very, very different environment. An emergency room in a hospital. At first, this was good news because it meant that you were going to recover and possibly be able to continue your mission. That is, until you noticed the silver-plated handcuffs around your wrists restraining you to the bed, and the police officer, Deputy Aaron Foles, standing in the room telling you you are under arrest. This is where the scene begins. Picking up right where we left off, the scene is yours.
Forge kind of coming to, waking up. First, that feel of relief knowing that, they're not dead and that they're, in a hospital to at least recover, but hearing the news from Aaron, or at least hearing Aaron's voice, causes him to jerk up, try and get up, feeling the handcuff on him. He looks down, he looks back up towards her. Aaron, you're alive?
Where else would I be, deadbeat?
His name is Forged now.
Is it?
Everything hurts.
Forged from what exactly?
I have a feeling that you probably already know. There you just said forged from, but it's forged from failures. But still, you gonna let us out? Like, there's a lot of people worrying about you right now.
I'm better than I've ever been. Unfortunately, I can't necessarily say the same for the both of you. Property destruction, threats to the veil, problematic behavior. This is very, very bad, you two. So I suppose my question would be, are we going to have any trouble? Or can we do what needs to be done here?
What exactly is your version of needs to be done here? Did you know what was in the bar?
That wasn't my purview. But I can take you to the one that did, partially to answer for your crimes, and partially out of curiosity for what will happen.
Can I do like an insight check on her or anything? Trying to figure out what the fuck this weird ass aura is?
Sure. Yeah, what's an insight?
I'd like to also do a said roll as well. What's our rage would be at? What's our rage at actually right now?
Well, your rage would be at 1, but Juniper's is at 0 for having frenzied.
Three successes. It's good. That means that, we can't get a rage fail on Juniper then.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like, no brutal outcomes yet. I got 4 successes.
Okay. So both of you are able to determine that something is very suspicious about Erin. She seems completely nonplussed by mentions of people missing her, and she's acting strangely, to say the very least.
Look, Erin, before we left, we were chill. We had a nice time. Me, you, Rory. Let me shoot that shotgun. I mean, why don't you just let us out? We can kind of chat about this. I know some, at least figure out who you're gonna take us to, what's going on. I mean, old times, right? We know we have history.
Last I recall, our history ended with you destroying a Sept Elder's basement and having to be sent back to that failure of a state down south because you were going to be useless to us at Tilden Mine. Am I remembering correctly?
We were paying back the damages, man. We had, but it even worked out because that dude's evil. He's part working with the bad guys, working with the spiral, fucking bullshit. I mean, I kind of feel like it justifies it, right? If he was evil the whole time.
Always an excuse, huh, deadbeat? That's how you lived most of your life, isn't it? So what's your excuse for the bastard? Your pull-out game wasn't very strong?
Don't call him that. He's my kid, all right? We can do this game, but at least try and keep my kid out of it, all right? I don't mind if you fuck with me, but at least keep his name out your mouth. At least try.
You want to keep the kid out of it. Isn't that why you're here? I think they're very much in it. It's not like you came back to check on any of the rest of us or to see that the Sept had survived or anything had gone well. No, you came back for the same selfish motivations that always bring you back. You.
Alright, I don't know what weird bullying game is going on, but we are already aware of what happened to the Sep. And fuck, God, this fucking hurts. I don't. What is actually going on here right now? Why are you being like this?
You think you know what happened to the Sept based off of those who ran away. Am I getting that correct? Based off of the opinions of cowards?
We were told that everyone got wiped out and that we weren't supposed to come up here, all right?
And you have a history of doing what you're told, don't you? Then why come back? You know this place is dangerous.
Because my kid doesn't deserve to be put in danger because of association with me. He deserves a chance at life. Okay, I know I may be a fuck up. I know actually I am a fuck up. I know that. Forged from failures. I got a whole lot under my belt. But he shouldn't have to carry all this bullshit because of me. So I'm trying to take him to a better life. Somewhere where he can grow up not worrying about this spiral mind control bullshit going on with my brother, okay?
And that better life is with you?
It's definitely better than whatever weird goal my brother has. It's fucked up what you guys are, what, I don't know, man. It's just fucked up what you guys got going on here. You mind controlled my family and erased their memories, and he took my own kid. It's not, I used to think that you were kind of, about justice or about doing the right thing, Aaron, but clearly something has changed in that time frame, because I don't know what the hell you're doing now.
I had my eyes opened to the truth, and the truth is, the war is over. Others are just catching up to that fact. And personally, if it were up to me, I wouldn't have bothered fixing the errors of the past, since it's all coming to an end soon anyway.
What do you mean it's all coming to an end soon, Aaron?
What are they teaching you down there? What do you think you're fighting for? Or should I say, what are you foolishly attempting to prevent?
Apocalypse, end of the world, the thing that you should be at least trying to avoid or fight against.
Why? What's the point? Every good thing we do, humans do 1,000 more bad things to contradict it. Other Guru foolishly fumble their way through, fucking everything up for the rest of us because of their immature, selfish motivations. So what's the point? We're losing. We've lost. What's the point? To die? To die for a purposeless cause? For an entity that gave up on us so long ago?
What other options do you have other than just laying down and dying? Because that's what everyone has to do. What every living thing has to do is to fight, is to fuck, is to eat. That's all we do.
That's all you do. I say we need a fresh start. We need to bring it all to an end so we can start over.
Okay, Aaron, whatever you say. Why don't you go kill yourself and join the rot of the worm then? Go on. Go on. Leave us alone.
I've died 1,000 deaths and watched my friends die 1,000 more. Besides, you don't need to die to join the winning side.
Forged, kind of taking in what Aaron's saying, looks down at his gown, at his handcuff. And the words, they are hitting a certain spot of him that he doesn't really like. It strikes a nerve, it kind of hurts, but he knows he can't let it get underneath his skin now. He has to wait. He has to still hold on, even if he may not have the suit. He has to hold on till the mission is over. And kind of thinking more on it, taking a deep breath, kind of says a little more quietly, Aaron, you didn't deserve what happened to you. And if I could have been there,
what would
I
you have
wish I could
done?
helped.
What would you have done? Lost control of yourself, tried to take what you could for yourself before you ran off? What would you have done? Would you have
Been there for
protected me like you would have protected your kid? Would you have protected me like you protected Sean? What would you have done other than died first?
Been there for you. Because, look, I know I'm a pretty shitty person, and I made a lot of mistakes, but I am trying to be better, Aaron. And I want you to know that even though you, whatever got in your brain here, I've seen you better. I've seen you when me and Rory hung out with you, and we came back to see you all. I know you're better than this, and that you don't deserve this.
And why did you come back, deadbeat? Because you needed something. You needed something. Not because you were feeling nostalgic, not because you wanted to make up for your mistakes. No, because you needed something from us.
That's what you believe in, then fine. If it's selfish to want my kid's safety, then so be it. I want my kid to be safe. I want him to have a chance at this life. And I wanted a chance to make up for what I did with my brother, with Jacob. If that's selfish, then I guess I'll continue the streak. That's what I've always been. But I'm not going to die one day sitting here thinking, oh man, I wish I did this. I wish I went for my kid. I wish I tried to help Jacob. I'm fucking tired of regrets, Aaron. I don't know. And I don't want you to be another regret, Aaron.
Your child is safe. For the first time in his pathetic existence, he is safe. So I think the best thing you could do, well, could have done, is stayed away. Because I know no one else is willing to tell you this, but you are a pestilence on everything you touch. Everything you've encountered in your entire life has broken has withered. You're doing the worm's work for it, just by existing. Your brother, the soft heart that he is, has tried to correct your wrongs for the short time that he can before the end.
And if I gotta be the asshole to break it all, to break his kindness, to show everyone once again that I'm the selfish, arrogant prick that I am, to make sure that my kid is okay, even despite your, whatever you're saying about safety and happiness about this fake little paradise you made, if I gotta be that to make that happen, fine. It doesn't hurt me anymore. I've hurt myself enough. Tormenting myself over and over about this shit. You think this is gonna get to me now? That I've told myself that 100 times, Aaron.
You don't listen to anybody else. Why would you listen to yourself? And paradise? No, this isn't paradise. This is ground zero. This is the beginning of the end. It seems fitting that you're here to witness it. But hey, I'm just here to do what I've been instructed to do. Let's skip the runaround. You want your kid? You want your brother? I'll take you to them. But give me any trouble and I'll kill you myself. And we'll just end this story.
I will. He's like, Forge kind of side glances over to Juniper, seeing her rough shape, and kind of looks her up and down.
I nod my head and shrug, like, whatever fucking else choice do we have right now?
Let's play a game. Deadbeat, you and me. You want your kid back? I can make that happen. But you're gonna have to sacrifice something for it. And then she just slowly looks over to Juniper.
To say the thought doesn't have any sway over Forge would be a lie. There is, like, his gaze lingers on Juniper as he does consider, is he willing to sacrifice his packmate, the person who came up here willing to risk herself, and the one that might have doomed them both, for his own child. As he weighs it in his mind, he then kind of realizes who he's talking with. A bunch of nihilists who have led him astray, who've played games on him over and over again. As Charles mentioned, all they're going to do is play with his mind and try to break him and try and mess with him. This, you really call it as it is, it's a game. And there's no reason to entertain this. This is just another attempt to break them apart and to break him, as he'll just shake his head. I'm not selling out my packmates. I'm not doing it.
So once again, you choose someone else over your family.
They're also my family.
Juniper just smiles and looks down.
Well, I figured I would give you the choice. You've chosen poorly. Like I said, give me any trouble, I kill you both right here, right now, as well as every other person in this hospital. Or you come quietly, behave yourselves for once in your godforsaken life, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get to see your kid one more time. She then moves towards the door where there's a bag sitting on the chair by the door. He reaches in with gloved hands and pulls out shackles, wrist and ankle shackles. She walks over to Juniper, opens the shackles, and starts placing them around her ankles. And then moves over and unlocks the handcuff holding her to the bed. And tosses the wrist shackles onto her lap. Put them on.
Oh, okay. And I will put them on, but definitely not as tight as they can go.
Give me a manipulation and stealth.
That is a crit.
Okay. What'd you get?
I got 4 successes, like literally just a crit.
Oh, just a crit. Okay. As you put the wrist shackles on, there's a chain connecting them to the ankle shackles. She then moves over to Forged, looks him over. Are you going to be a problem?
No, I'm not.
Better to be sure. And she reaches out and jams her hand against your chest. You feel claws start to dig in to your chest as she starts murmuring. And the last of your rage is drained away, taking your wolf along with it.
Just screams or like a yell of pain. Just fuck! God, fucking damn it!
You should be the weak, pathetic boy that you are, so your son sees you for what you are. She then moves and starts attaching the shackles to your ankles. Moves up, unlocking the cuff, and tosses the wrist shackles into your lap. Put them on.
Forge looks quite pissed. I mean, like he lost his rage, just more in that pain, and these words just really infuriating him, but he complies as he shackles himself, potentially like muttering a curse or two under his breath.
Officers, take them to the truck. From outside of the room step in 2 more uniformed police officers, but they look anything other than police officers. They just seem to be wearing the outfit of police officers. They move over and pull you up off of the hospital beds and start leading you out through the hospital. Aaron stops by the nurse's station, fills out some paperwork, handing it over for your release from the hospital into their custody before assisting in taking you through to the elevator, down to the ground floor, and out front of the hospital where a prisoner transfer truck appears to be waiting, with the back barred doors open. The two cops lead you in, taking you up into the back of the truck before chaining you to what looks to be anchors within the floor of the truck, attaching your shackles to the anchors. Then the two cops sit in the back of the truck with you and close the door as it is locked from the outside. Erin makes her way to the driver's seat, climbing in. The truck starts, and the journey begins. What's going through your minds at this moment as you begin the long multi-hour drive to Tilden Mine? Forged, we'll start with you, and then Juniper.
There is the fleeting thought. There's I guess the growing thought in his mind right now of, well, you fucked up for the last time, buddy. You tried to be nice, you tried to do good, and this is where it led you. That, about to be executed by your own brother in front of your own child. As that's kind of gnawing at the back of his mind, he tries to push it out, thinking of the fact of at least he protected someone he cared about, his pack mate, someone who at least been at his side this whole time. To say that it's not as much comforting as he wishes it was, as he stares down at the floor, thinking maybe something will save them, maybe Ember will come help, but not exactly hopeful.
Juniper.
Juniper is thinking about every single possible scenario of killing everybody and getting the two of them and the kid out in some semblance of alive, and just how far she's willing to go without becoming a black spiral dancer or giving in to their manipulative bullshit. She's so fucking pissed. She's in so much pain. She's just waiting for the moment that she can get out of these cuffs. She's coming back to Fenris a lot right now, not gonna lie. Um, Not really thinking about Ember. Definitely kicking herself for not messaging Artie that they were going to hell to check in on things. Um, but yeah, she's just pretty much looking down at the floor, disassociated, and planning for the most insane and intense confrontation of their lives.
So the important question is, are you going to attempt to escape on the car ride?
No, because we need to get to Forge's son.
Okay. Then we will check in with this duo later in the episode. We now move on to our next scene. Quinn, the question of your validity as a kinseeker has been brought up many, many times since your departure from your old sept. When you arrived in Tampa and met with Stakes for the first time, you had inquired about being able to continue that responsibility as a kinseeker in this new sept. She had said you would need to talk to the sept leader first before you'd have the opportunity to do so. And now that time has finally arrived. As you enter into the cairn on a decently temperate day, the rain having come through the region just a day earlier, cooling things down temporarily before the temperatures climbed once more. The path to spring well on its way, and that horrifying, sticky summer off in the distance. It's warm for you, especially for this time of year coming from the northern states, but it's still comfortable, especially once you enter into the bawn of the cairn. As soon as you arrive at the clearing, that is the center of the cairn, you find Aspen Weiss, the sept leader, sitting by the large hand-carved wooden table. But Aspen isn't alone, as Stakes is with her, waiting for your arrival. As you enter, go ahead and describe yourself and what's going through your mind in this moment.
Quinn is wearing his usual outfit of a 3/4 length baseball tee, some jeans. He does have his shoes off, so he's barefoot in the cairn. He is hesitant to really talk about getting the right to do this, but he knows that this is something that he wants to do. He will also have a letter or a piece of paper in his hand as well to give to Aspen as he approaches.
And Aspen, what's going through your mind as you see the newest arrival to the Hellhounds approaching, having been given earlier knowledge that they were coming to speak about kinseeking?
The first interaction was kind of short, and there wasn't a whole lot of conversation that she had with Quinn and Willow when they first arrived, because she was going through a lot, and so were the Hellhounds. So this is a new opportunity to ask Quinn some questions, but the idea of kinseeking is a sore one at the moment. So navigating through that in a professional manner, but also informing him of what he's getting into is going to be a delicate balance.
Stakes lingers nearby, her arms crossed over her chest, watching with the same placid gaze she often carries in situations like this. But as you approach Quinn, the scene is yours.
Quinn approaches hesitantly, and he'll nod to Stakes, and then to Aspen, and he'll say, Stakes your claim. Miss Weiss, it's good to see you.
Nice to see you, Quinn. Heard you had some things you wanted to discuss.
Yes, and then he'll kind of fumble with the piece of paper in his hand, and he'll hand it to you. This is my, I guess, resume for kinseeking. It's all of the information that I have on who I was mentored by, what I can do, and kind of the aspects that I can help with kinseeking. And I want to formally request to be able to kinseek in Tampa.
Stakes lets out a puff through her nose. Is this a fucking job interview?
Aspen smiles and takes the papers delicately, but you could tell that there's a bit of excitement as she kind of flips through the pages, briefly skimming quickly. You came prepared.
Yes, ma'am.
It's good to see. But anyways, why don't you tell me a bit more about why you want to kinseek?
Well, I was trained on it for my past 4 years. It's really all I come to know is what I'm good at, and I feel like it's kind of needed here if you're looking for more individuals to help build this sept.
She'll look over to Stakes. We do have kinseekers available in the sept. Stakes has been around for a bit of time, and I've been doing my part on that station as well. What would you uniquely bring to this, and how long have you been doing it?
Well, I've been under mentorship for about 4 years, but I have at least 2 confirmed on my own, though one of them, is my mistake. But there's Willow. I was successful, I believe, in kinseeking her.
Successful, yes. Still much to learn as far as Guru life goes, it seems. Is that correct?
For her, yes.
How do you think you'll balance if you were to find someone else? You have Willow, and she still has plenty to learn. And how are you going to balance multiple Guru?
Well, Willow has the pack, and they have helped teach her outside of what I've been able to teach her. So she has her community and her pack to help with being independent from me. So I don't think she technically needs me anymore. Kinseeking, yes, is about teaching and learning, but a lot of it is more finding them, getting them prepared and ready, and then supporting them through that change. And then letting them find their place, which I think Willow has.
At this point, she does look over at Stakes, knowing that she knows the relationship between him and Willow's progress so far better than she does.
Are you going to keep babying her?
I don't know what you mean.
How long have you been together?
Since I picked her up, so what's that? 6 months, I think.
She's jaunting around like a newborn pup. 6 months is a long time for Guru. She responds poorly to any kind of criticism or teaching. She refuses to confront the issues of her past. And her etiquette among humans is questionable. 6 months. You should know better by now.
May I ask a personal question to you, Stakes?
Of course.
How long did it take you?
To get integrated to humans, a while. That's fair. I'll admit that. It was an adjustment. But I also understood the serious nature of what I was being faced with, and I had to learn quickly. Also, I didn't get my fur in a wad anytime someone spoke harshly to me.
I can understand that. Willow has her issues and her trauma, and yes, she is regressing quite significantly. But she does understand the seriousness of all of this. She wants to be a part of this. She wants to learn. She's just having a hard time getting past her trauma.
What did you learn from your first mistake?
Quinn kind of clams up a little bit at that. He kind of clenches and unclenches his hands. He says, I learned that I need to follow the rules of what people tell me needs to happen.
And as far as Willow goes, She seems to cling closely to you. I don't see you very far from each other very often. Is she going to be willing to learn from others if you have another in tow?
I do believe so. Delphine has been spending nights with her, learning and reading with her. I'm sure other pack members, if they were to actually spend time with her, might be able to teach her as well.
Do you believe in what this sept is trying to do?
I believe in the concept of it, yes. I still struggle with the actuality of it and the reality that there is other looming issues.
And how are you going to be prepared to bring in new members to this sept? You haven't fully accepted it yourself.
I don't need to have accepted it to still teach it.
That is part of it, is it not? If you are teaching something you don't believe in, then they won't believe it as well.
Not necessarily. I can be still quite convincing.
That's not the point, Quinn. If you don't believe it, they won't believe it.
You've already shown a willingness to leave one sept because they contradicted what you want. What's to stop you from taking another kin and running from this sept?
I don't know. I don't think I would. Like I said, I don't believe in all of your doing here, but that doesn't mean that I won't. I'm ready to be a part of the sept. I am a part of the sept. I just still struggling with some of the ideals.
That does bring me to a point, and I believe it needs to be asked. Is this a means to an end, or are you wanting to stay here?
I would like to stay here. I would like to have a semblance of a home.
But it's not one you completely believe in. Which then, Stakes does bring up an excellent point. If you don't believe the ideas and struggle with the ideas here, why make your... She like kind of smirks over to Stakes. Why stake your claim here?
Because I believe that I could get used to the ideals. I, again, just currently struggling with it.
Stakes looks over at Aspen with a slight shrug. I can't fault him for that. It does take time to get used to.
Understandable. I just wanted to hear the perspectives on it. Do you believe that you could bring in another person without bias to learn here? Is your goal in kinseeking to bring them into the fold and let others teach, or do you have plans to have them under your wing for a period? What are your goals after kin?
Honestly, I could probably do either one of those. I think it's important to learn from other individuals, especially if I'm not an individual that they jive the best with, or maybe they're of a different tribe or a different auspice that they would prefer. I think that would be appropriate to put them under a different teaching wing. But in the interim of time of learning who they are, changing, and then maybe a couple weeks into get used to the sept, they could be under my wing.
We'll again look over to Stakes and kind of pose the question to Stakes almost. But I worry if you're not fully educated here, how could you bring somebody else in? Shouldn't there be more time and education into the sept and these ideals before bringing in someone else yourself?
I think a basic foundational knowledge of what being a guru is the most important first steps for teaching kin. I think that the specifics and details can come with experience in the sept itself. What are your thoughts about the pack leader?
I'm sorry, is that to me?
Yes.
Thank you. Delphine, I think she's an okay pack leader. She's new to it, clearly, but she's doing well.
But that's not just it, is it? When the two of you are together, you get a certain smell.
There's an interest for sure, yes.
Do you believe it has the potential to affect your ability to kinseek?
Oh, absolutely not.
Outside of that, she kind of, her brow furrows. She's like, oh. Outside of that, though, it seems, from my understanding, you've had difficulties with agreeing when someone is on the opposite side of your ideals. What happens if that were to happen again? It seems that you guys, you and Willow, came here because of that, correct?
I came here because of that. Willow came here because she needed a home where she wouldn't be thought of as a weapon.
And you brought her here.
Yes.
But it was because of that instance that you left.
Yes.
So if that were to happen again, and you and Delphine, or say you and myself, have a misunderstanding or run-in of ideals that contradict each other, I would be worried that you would take young, naive guru out of a sept that could educate them and possibly put them in further danger.
I will admit it looks that way. Willow is an outlier in this. I found her and decided that she wouldn't be appropriate in the nation.
And if you found someone that would be appropriate in the nation, would you take them back to the nation?
No, I don't plan on going back.
Can you fight?
I can hold my own.
Can you hold your own against a rampaging war form?
I believe I could.
Alone? Say this kin is a rune.
I believe that I would have the wisdom and knowledge as well as the stockiness to be able to calm the individual down or incapacitate them.
How?
Well, a lot of it is emotional. If you calm those emotions in some form of the way, trying to get through to them, talking to them, letting them break out some of that steam until they wear themselves out.
But a rampaging, as Stakes says, frenzy-like state of a Krynos guru can't be talked down. Not easily. Almost a bit impossible in a lot of cases. So you let them wear themselves out, a potential litany break with the veil, depending on where it is, what then?
Well, the assumption to this is that they would have that in a safe environment. They would have their change in a place that is safer and less litany breached.
You can't always guarantee where that change will happen. You can guide them to it, of course, but you can't guarantee that there won't be something else that comes up.
Certainly, and if those come up, then we deal with them then. But if we have some harm reduction and teach them, show them, allow them to understand it a little bit more, when that change comes, they have more support.
Understandable, but in this scenario, what would you do? A Krynos form, potential litany break with the veil. It's just you. What would you do?
I would fight it.
Alone?
If I had to, yes.
You believe you're in control of yourself?
Fairly in control, yes. I'm not going to say that I'm this omnipotent individual who has an amount to control their frenzy at any given moment, but I haven't, and I think I could if I needed to.
When was the last time the anger took control of you?
It has been a while.
You told me when you first arrived that you were being followed, hunted. What part does that play in all this?
I would hope it wouldn't. Willow had said that he stopped following us in Georgia. I don't know if he has continued or if he went back home. I don't know where he is. And if he comes back around, then I will deal with another rampaging Garu.
Do you think there's the potential, if this person was still looking for you, that they would take your kinseeking as an opportunity to have you in a weakened state?
I believe that is something that could happen, yes.
Do you believe that's safe for you and for your pack?
I don't believe it's safe for me. I don't know how poorly it would be for the pack. This individual doesn't know that I'm in this pack.
You hope.
That is true.
And if they were able to follow you here, there's no saying that they don't have any inkling of what you're doing in this area.
I would assume people would assume that I would want to continue to kinseek. That is what I was trained to do. It is all I know.
If it came down to you or your kin, if a situation arose where one could be saved and the other sacrificed, what would you do?
I would do what I needed for the kin, but in the event that it is my life versus the kin, it is whoever can get out.
Kind of looks down at the papers again, skimming them, but also thinking, and then looks up and makes kind of stern eye contact with you, Quinn. There are a lot of dangers here. There is a lot more here than I would say your average sept might deal with in a short amount of time. That's a cause for concern. We have the cult of Fenris here, and they're also seeking as well.
You see Quinn kind of straighten up a little bit at that, and he'll say, "Yes, Artie told me about your run-in with your car. I've known about the cult of Fenris. It's definitely something that the North has dealt with before. Maybe less so because it's the nation and not a lot of cult members want to deal with that. But I'm not opposed to chasing down kin against the cult."
There are many of them here, much stronger than you, Quinn. So we have to be logical with our kinseeking. We have to be cautious with our kinseeking. And it does concern me that you think that this is a one-man job. That if you were to be put in scenarios, that you would take care of the raging Krynos, that you would be the one talking them down. It concerns me that you see this as a solo thing.
I don't necessarily see it as a solo thing. You asked me if it was just me, that's what I would do. I'm not opposed to having other people.
Stakes looks towards Aspen and says, often in the nation it would be a solo thing, especially during the scouting phases. But then she looks towards Quinn. Would you follow the... And as if searching for the word, she looks back towards Aspen. Buddy system?
Quinn laughs at that and says, I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm not opposed to other people seeking with me. I think whoever does do it with me either needs to already be a kinseeker as well, or someone in training, or someone knowledgeable about finding kin.
He looks over to Stakes. Would you be willing, until he's more comfortable, helping him through that situation?
They have joined the pack. Therefore, they have become my pup, like it or not. And they give a look towards Quinn with like a small smirk, a very flat and uncharismatic smirk, but a smirk nonetheless. I'll watch out for them.
Then, until further notice, until we can speak more about your skills out kinseeking, because to be fair, Quinn, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, I don't know much about you, your skills, your abilities, what you really seek here. But I would be open you going out with Stakes when she's available.
I have one last question. If Aspen told you to kill a kin, would you do it?
Quinn will again kind of stiffen and straighten up, getting into a nation stance. And he says, "I've learned from my mistake once. If a kin needs to be killed, I will kill them."
Stakes gives a satisfied nod and leans back against the tree behind the table where the clave hangs ominously.
Okay. Couple more things outside of this kinseeking before we make that official. What are Willow's weaknesses?
Willow refuses to fight, but she is learning a new technique with Terrence that should supplement that.
That's her only weakness?
She is naive. She does not understand a lot of social human concepts. she still has trauma from her escape from where she came from that I believe still impacts her and her ability to move forward in her education.
How are you both with spirits?
Quite well. I respect the spirits as you are supposed to. Willow is very inept and charismatic. Spirits seem to enjoy her.
And she's educated on the litany?
Very much so. It is the first thing that I taught her.
And she's educated in Guru culture, station,
Correct.
respect.
To be fair, it is nation, but same.
Understandable. And how can we rectify those weaknesses that she does have? Other than the combat, I understand that's being taken care of with Terrence.
I think more education and knowledge in society, maybe putting her in situations where she is having to be more human might be appropriate, though I'm sure she will fight on that.
Then as your kin that you've brought in to the sept, I would like you to talk to her and make sure she's getting education outside of you. From the sounds of it, the combat is being taken care of, but others who could teach her better, maybe more with spirits, others who can teach her the ways of the sept here, maybe Delphine. But I'd like you to talk to her about that so she's not attached to just you, because that does become problematic.
Of course, I understand. I believe she is having conversations with Delphine already, so I will talk with her more in depth.
She's grown fond of Eliza as well. I see her in the garden.
Good. And the rest of the pack. I don't want her... I understand, and she'll look over to Stakes. Lupusborn are very loyal. And I'd like that to be expanded to the rest of the pack. And not just you.
That is understandable. Ray does not really get out much from the house, and two of them are somewhere. I don't even know where they are. So I'm willing to have her learn from them, talk to them, but it's harder when they're not here or they're not anywhere but the house.
Understandable. I just know she'll listen to you. And I want her to be well-rounded.
Of course.
When does your job end?
When I die?
When does your job with a specific kin end?
Quinn sits back on that. Well, I was trained to understand that it is when the sept feels that they are ready.
That's the nation way. Your job never ends. You're bringing them into this life. You're responsible for them even after they have gone on their own. Because everything goes back to you teaching them the foundations, you bringing them in. For better or worse, she says. She looks away.
I can understand that. I accept that.
Good. Then I'd like you to learn with Stakes. I understand you have the fundamentals, but how we do things here, the territories we don't go, the places we tend to avoid in those situations could benefit you dearly in this situation, because there is a lot to know here. And who better than Stakes to give it to you exactly how it's meant to be given.
Of course.
I agree. I approve. I will help.
And I'd like to be kept informed if there is any other kin within the city.
Of course, they must be reported to you first anyways.
How old are you? How many?
I'm 22.
She blinks a few times. Is that legal age?
Yes, it is.
You're buying the beer.
Okay, I can do that, sure.
As you should. It's only respectful to your teacher. She smirks.
Then let's begin. First with a run in the woods to see how agile you are.
I'd like to come as well, just to keep an eye.
Okay. Stakes starts moving towards the tree line, stopping by Quinn for a moment to lean in kind of conspiratorially and go, "You did good." Before she drops into her lupus form and goes running off into the woods.
Quinn will give a big smile at that, and he will also shift into his lupus. Oop, wrong one. There we go.
Okay. So as the three of you head off into the woods, I'd like everyone to roll me a wits and survive. Rage 1.
Two.
Three successes.
Okay. So darting through the woods, Stakes acting as the tip of the spear of sorts, leading the charge of the three of you through the forest. You end up jumping over logs, going through dens and out the other side under tree roots. At a moment, Aspen, as soon as you think you're losing sight of them, you see that Stakes has doubled back temporarily to catch up with you and make sure that you are looped in before leading you onward. After about 45 minutes to an hour of running, Stakes stops outside of a den, giving a approving huff. You then all go on a hunt together. But as you do so, I would ask what you're feeling after this encounter. Aspen, let's start with you, and then we'll go to Quinn.
Aspen enjoys the professionalness that Quinn came in with, so that was a good start to it. And she thinks that he has a good head on his shoulders, that he has a passion for it, but she can't help but worry with everything looming, what danger she might be putting this brand new guru in, to her sept at least, brand new. And also, there's a twinge of not knowing him as well as she'd like and what his motives are. But in this situation, it was about the kinseeking, and she didn't want to push too hard on a brand new member to the sept. So she's going to just be watching and seeing where it goes.
And Quinn, how are you feeling after having spoken with Aspen and Stakes and been interrogated a little bit?
Quinn understands the interrogation and the knowledge that he is newer here and no one really knows anything about him other than he's a nation kid. So he understands the slight grilling, but he is also quite frustrated that he didn't just get the kinseeking job, being that he's knowledgeable about it, has been training forever for it, and now that he's in this new place, they're just not accepting him into the position, so he's quite frustrated with it.
Especially coming from a guru that's younger than even you. but is still in a higher position of authority, something that you don't see in the old nation pretty much ever. They would still be considered a pup at this point. But regardless, work has to be done. A position has to be assumed. In this new nation, you start over, and that can be very, very frustrating. We transition now to our next scene, where a relationship has the potential of starting over, but some old wounds need to be dealt with first. From old to new, change is a constant part of Guru culture. Whether it's in the form that they take, whether it's in the fight that they fight. And sometimes it's a change in leadership, as is such the case for the Hellhounds, who have gone through a great deal of change recently. Being removed from a position of power, a position of responsibility and trust, bears a certain sting along with it. Deserved or otherwise, it can still hurt because it shows a loss of respect, a loss of reputation. But for some, it's believed that it needed to happen, that the damage had been done, a great deal of damage had been done, and risks had been imposed needlessly upon the pack. Once close and respected allies, a wedge has formed between Delphine Gaia-Speaker and Raymond Gorn. A wedge of distrust, a wedge of questioning each other's motives. Now, is it possible for such wounds to be healed? Certainly. Is it possible for them to be forgotten? Never. So as two leaders in their own right gather together in the home that was granted to them when they first arrived in Tampa, a confrontation or a consolation could take place. What's going through your minds knowing this meeting is coming, and how would you enter? We'll start with Raymond and then Delphine.
If I'm being a little honest, Ray's a little surprised. Because over the past few weeks, Delphine has very much done everything in her power to avoid Ray. And so, suddenly out of nowhere, coming with a request to meet, it's surprised him a lot. But he knows that it needs to happen, just like the conversation between him and Jordan need to happen. And like Eliza said, I have things I need to take care of before I move on. And I continue with my training with her. So he knew that this was something in the back of his mind when him and Eliza were talking. And to get it done quickly, suddenly, he's a little happy to get it over with. But he knows that Delphine is holding in a lot. And that this is going to be a very tough conversation and a very heated one. So it's one that he needs to be careful, just like the conversation he had with Jordan.
With Jordan restored and your friendship healing, how does Raymond feel now about the choices that were made now that he sees the outcomes?
It would be a lie to say that he wasn't happy with the overall outcome of Jordan being restored, that his friend is back and that they are starting to become friends again. But he knows that the outcome came with a lot of heavy costs. So yes, he is happy, and yes, he is excited to see what happens now going forward, especially with Jordan being his friend again. But there is always going to be that pain and that reminder that though there is happiness there will always be sadness at the cost that was paid to restore Jordan.
Does he believe it was worth the cost? The cost of leadership, the cost of Sean, was it worth it?
The cost of leadership, yes. The cost of Sean, no.
Delphine, your turn.
Delphine is struggling. She's not good with conflict and has never been good with conflict. Coming from a home with emotionally distant parents, she never really learned how to do this properly and in a healthy way. She feels like she's made some strides in getting better at it with Forged. And in her mind, she feels that if she has a goal at the end of it that she's working towards, it makes it a little bit easier for her. That's why she thinks that she had an easier time with Forge. There was a reason and something to get to at the end of that very difficult road. In this one, she's trying to just tell herself she's doing this because she wants to make sure that they have a cairn. She wants to make sure that she's helping supervisor repair the thing, and she has the goal of just improving the sept as a whole. She's committed to this place now, so she has to do everything in her power to make it better, because that's what they do as Geru. They have to leave their place better than when they found it. But there is still the nagging part of her that is still so mad at him and hurt by everything that happened.
Delphine has had a history of having to forgive as well as be forgiven. In this particular instance with Raymond, is she looking to forgive, or is she looking to just move past it?
It's a difficult question to answer because prominently at the forefront of her mind is the knowledge that Sean didn't have to die. This all was avoidable. It's hard to forgive something that didn't need to happen. She would like to get to a point where she can trust Ray again. Maybe forgive him one day, but this is going to be something that at the very least she will never forget.
Did she forgive Sean?
She did.
Okay. The scene is yours. Go ahead and describe how it begins with how you enter into the scene.
So Delphine, being automobile challenge, probably was looking around for a ride, ultimately likely got it from Artie, and had the request of just being dropped off on the way home from NA, since they make a habit no matter what of every Wednesday going to their meetings. So she probably got a little bit of the post-anxiety part of the tenseness of today done with at least try is the key word. She would have tried to get some of the anxiety out at NA first of the concept of talking to someone. Still nervous, didn't help. Still anxious as all heck. But she'll come in she'll walk up to the door visibly jittery. She's got that tendency she has of just tugging at her sleeves when she's anxious. And she's basically just pacing at the front door a couple of times before ultimately just knocking on it.
Sitting at the table, working on a little rock carving. He's been, over the past week or two, has been making a few carvings into some rocks, some tribe symbols. Very focused on the work. Hearing the knock, he'll look up, a little surprised about the knocking. We don't get a lot of visitors here, and the people that do show up have keys and just walk in. So hearing the knock, he will get up, walk towards the door, and open the door. Oh. What's up, Delphine?
I mean, I texted you, I told you I was coming.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you did. Sorry, I was focused working on something, and I must have lost track of time and forgot. Don't you have a key?
She nods, but just shrugs the shoulder. I mean, I don't exactly stay here anymore.
And? Still your house. It's all of our house.
She grimaces a little bit at that statement, but will step inside. So, we need to talk about Jordan.
Shutting the door as Delphine walks in, he'll glance back a little surprised again at the sudden request to talk about Jordan. Okay, what do we need to talk about Jordan for?
I checked in with him already, but I had to find out if he knew anything about us. Make sure the litany was intact. Make sure the veil wasn't broken. He's Ghislaine now, so it is what it is, but he doesn't know anything about us. He knows we're different, just doesn't know how. But he wants to know.
I'll nod along to what she's saying. I mean, he has a right to know. He told me he wanted to know. I talked to him last week and patched things up with him. And he kind of told me the same thing, that he doesn't really remember much. When did you talk to him?
2 weeks ago.
Okay, I mean, if we have to tell him stuff, don't we have to go through Aspen, get permission to do
I
that,
already
figure
got
out how that...
permission. But Aspen says that you have to be involved in it.
I mean, makes sense that I have to be involved. I mean, seems a little weird that you just do all that without trying to talk to me a little bit about all of it first.
I don't think it's weird that I had to talk to find out what was going on with him. That's my job.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't do your job. I mean, it is your job to figure stuff out. But this is more of a personal matter. And I thought that, you know, we dealt with our own personal problems a little bit more individually. That's kind of always been the case.
She shakes her head a little bit. No, it's stopped being a personal problem when the Fomori regained consciousness and potentially knew about Geru culture. Because we didn't know what he knew. We didn't know what you guys talked about. We didn't know what he would remember, what he'd seen.
True, but I mean, you could have talked to me, asked what we talked about, what he saw, what I did around him. You could have gathered a little bit more information from my side before just going and talking to him out of the blue.
I couldn't. She hesitates. I couldn't trust that you would potentially make the call if I had to be made.
The call to do what?
If we had to eliminate him if he did know something. Charles driving around his place frequently, daily. That
Yeah,
option
because
was
I
still-
asked him to watch him for me, to let me know what was going on with him, to let me know how he was settling in. I asked him to help me. I also asked Artie to keep an eye on him, to see what he was doing, from if he was doing anything digital or whatever. I asked a couple and talked to him.
She just... He's a human with military training who now can't be affected by delirium, who is also very mad at you and calling you a monster. He could have easily turned that anger against not just you, but us. Hunters are a thing, Ray.
You don't think I don't know that? And first off, yes, military training is now unaffected by delirium. That is a problem, but you're wrong on the second point. At least at this point, he's not angry with me. And he doesn't think I'm that much of a monster. And if you gave me a little bit of time to talk with him like I was going to, we could have figured out a better stance than
I left
to,
him alone
just go and talk to him.
I left him alone for it's been a month now. I left him alone for 2 weeks before I went and checked on him. It took you the week after to do that. In that time, he could have easily already armed up. It's Florida. It's not hard to fucking get a gun here. You could probably find one in the lost and found at a storage facility. He probably knows you would have come by at some point, and then he would have shot you. It wouldn't have worked, but he would have shot you. He could have shot you.
You don't think I didn't think that if I showed up on his doorstep, he wouldn't have shot me in the chest, shot me in the face, if he was that angry at me? I knew that was a possibility. I was giving him time to cool down. What, do you think I should show up the week after that, he called me a monster and that he didn't want to see or talk to me ever again to try to patch things up? So I don't think that would have been the smartest idea. And again, I asked Artie and Charles to watch out for what he did. If he went out and bought a gun, did something like that, we would have known immediately. We would have figured it out.
I had to make sure that it was fine.
I understand. I understand you were just doing your job. But a little, appreciation for, him being my friend and him being someone I've spent, the last year plus trying to help and going and just trying to figure out stuff by yourself without talking to me first would have been nice to know,
You mean the thing that you were already doing by not telling us about him, just handling things on your own? You're legitimately giving me crap about handling things on my own? Taking care of our own personal stuff? That's how we ended up in this position.
Delphine, I've already stated why I didn't tell you guys. I've already told you that I didn't think for a second that if I told you guys sooner, that the first thing you guys would have done was just marched into that house and killed him.
That's not the point. The point is you're being hypocritical right now. Getting onto me about trying to just do my job as a pack leader when you literally were just doing this. You don't get, because you don't want us to get, you didn't ever get involved with our stuff. That was your mentality of leadership, not getting involved in our personal stuff. Maybe we needed you to get involved in our personal stuff, right? Maybe we needed you to actually fucking lead us.
So you would have just gladly accepted my help with your drug issue, the one that I talked to you about multiple times and tried to help you out and say I would offer you help. I was here for you, and you blew me off every single time. The personal shit that happened between you and Juniper, the one that you didn't want us to help with because it was your guys' issue, I talked to Juniper about it a couple of times. Asked if she needed help. I was there for her if she needed my help. I talked to all of you when you were doing personal stuff. I talked to you about your the parent situation with the ghost. I gladly offered my help at any point in time. But I didn't force it upon you. I didn't force the situation. You wanted me to forcefully help you guys? That wouldn't have worked. Back then, we were not in a good position to accept forced help. It would have backfired immediately. I understood that. And so I offered the help. I talked. And no one really went out. You guys were dealing with the problems on your own. You sought out help on your own when you got the strength to do it. And you went with Forged. You created that bond. And you got help. You and Juniper forgave each other. Forged that, friendship anew. And you got better. You solved everything by yourselves without me needing to interfere, without forcing the help on you. And you want to call me a hypocrite for that.
Do you know why I asked Forge for his help? And not you?
Sure. Why?
Because he didn't tell me I needed to be fixed. He made me feel like it was my choice and my control and my decision the entire time. Anytime you brought it up, it felt like you were just trying to fix me. It felt like my problem was a burden. So I constantly felt like a burden. I felt like Sean wanted me to be fixed. I felt like you wanted me to be fixed. Juniper wanted me to be fixed. Even Eliza and Charles were telling me that I was killing myself. Forged, he just told me that he's not going to force me to do anything, but that he was there for me to support me regardless. I felt supported by him. Didn't feel supported by you. Someone I knew was keeping things from us.
What do you mean by that?
It's not the first time I've seen Jordan. You can't save everyone.
At this point, Ray's face will darken a little bit and he will stand a little taller. Okay. 2 things. 1, you just basically said that Forge didn't force you to get help, which was what I was saying I was trying not to do. So you, in the sense of, I didn't force you guys to get help. Yes, I told you that I think you needed to find help, that you needed to get better, because seeing you in that position hurt me. Seeing you looked like it was killing you, that you were killing yourself taking those drugs, it sucked. And I didn't want you to do that anymore. And so, yes, I may have came off sounding like it sounded like I was trying to force you to find help. But I didn't actually force you to find help.
Ray, make a wits and resolve check for me.
What rage am I at?
I'd say 2.
Five successes.
Okay. Continue.
And second point, you were just giving me crap about not telling you guys about Jordan, and yet how long did you know previously, before I told you guys about the situation, or at least have an idea of the situation?
I had an idea of something looming over you. Something hurting you.
For how long?
The moment I shook your hand here.
So within like the first month of us being here.
I thought you would eventually just tell us. I thought I would give you the time. Because that thing scared me. And I knew, I felt in my soul that it had to scare you as well. I gave you the time. I gave you the space.
Yes.
But then you
And it
never...
took me longer. I did tell you. It took me longer than you expected, but I did tell you. But you are going to give me crap for not telling you guys when you knew for over a year as well that there was something going on. Why didn't you approach me and ask me about it? Why didn't you poke for more information? Yes, when it was brought up, even subtly, I brushed it off and walked around it. But that was very early. There was still plenty of time later when I was not acting that way that you could have approached and asked me about it. That you could have tried to get more information on it, made it more public sooner.
Would you have even told me anything? If I had just confronted you with it. If I had just said, hey, what the fuck is this weird thing I saw from when I touched you that one time?
Depending on when you asked, yes. But you also know I can't lie at all. You asked me enough times, I would have spilled eventually. You know that about me. Why didn't you just poke and prod? Like, why are you are now being a hypocrite.
Because I wanted to give you the opportunity to be a good leader, Ray. From day one, I've had nothing but your back. Anytime the pack was fighting, I would always tell them to chill, to respect you, that you made the decision. That we needed to listen to you because you were our pack leader. You were chosen for us, but I still followed you.
Has she always had your back, Raymond? I think a certain banishment to Florida says otherwise.
I will keep that thought in my head because that was a while ago, and if we're talking hypocrisy, that's something I can't really bring up in good conversation. But
and the vote to remove you from leadership, how long ago was that?
I accepted that vote of non-confidence. I even threw my hat in for Delphine. I took the shame willingly. Even if the votes were in favor of the shame, I was going to accept it either way.
Yeah, but this is a conversation about having your back. Is that what someone who has your back does? A leader's supposed to be supported by those that follow them, not contradicted, not removed.
Again, I will try to force that thought down because I do not want to start yelling. I'm trying to keep my cool. And at the first part, through gritted teeth, I have always respected that you have had my back for the most part since we've been down here. You have always tried to keep everyone in line and helped me keep conversations going. The respect that I was getting and was gaining, you helped facilitate that. I understand, and I still appreciate you for that. And that confidence that I have of you being that supportive and that person that is always trying to look out for me, like, I still think that way. just because I am no longer the leader and that I, have lost everything that I've kind of have at this point in that regard. Like, I still respect you for everything you did while I was leader.
Did you lose everything? Because you still have him. He's alive. He's walking around. You got what you wanted. And then we lost Sean. We lost Sean. And you got your friend back.
I will always remember the sacrifice that Sean made. His death will always be on me. I didn't want him to die. I didn't expect him to die.
He didn't have to die.
He wanted to die. If you think for a second in that note that was read, that in between those lines and those words, that there was some sense of him actually wanting to find some way to be with his pack again, because that's all he wanted, was to be with his pack. He wanted to rejoin and be a pack together with them. He found a way to do it. It may not have been a glorious, final stand on a battlefield or doing some heroic act fighting Pentex or saving Gaia in a final stand, but he sacrificed himself in a battle with Thorm.
We needed him. We needed him. Ray. This battle, this fight, needed him.
Delphine, this is war. It doesn't matter how much you need someone. It doesn't matter how much you want someone to stay alive. People die in war for the stupidest of reasons, or the most random of ways. I can't count how many times I was on patrol and we were just walking through the streets, and for all we know, it was perfectly clear we were on our normal patrol route and a random sniper shot rings out and someone gets shot in the head and they die for no reason other
your
than
friend should have. Like your friend asked. Like your friend begged.
I thought about it. At one point, I had a gun to the back of his head, and I physically couldn't pull the trigger. And when I told him that, and I told him I wanted to keep doing everything I possibly could to bring him back, he told me he thought that he would do the exact same thing if the positions were switched.
When can he pull the trigger, Delphine? When he found out about what Juniper did to your parents, did he punish her? He demand anything be done? What's an instance when Raymond did pull the trigger when it was necessary? Can you even think of one? Seems like he hesitates quite a bit for someone who calls themselves such a supportive and benevolent leader.
Hesitate. You hesitate when it comes to us. You don't make decisions when it comes to us. You only cared about Jordan. Did you ever actually care about us, or were we just a means to an end for him? Because that's what it felt like. That all of this, all of the Tampa, Eliza, the Sept, all of it, all of us felt like just a means to an end to save your friend and get your life back.
When everyone up in hell first found me, that was the case. The only thing I really, truly cared about was saving Jordan. I didn't care about everyone in that sept, except for Red. I didn't truly, really care about being put into a pack and being chosen as leader. I didn't care up there. In the first month or two I was down here, I didn't really care truly either. But after the time that we spent and the things we've done, I care about you as much as I care about Jordan.
What's my real name?
Hey, Ben forgets. Can I try to roll to see if Ray remembers?
Give me an intelligence and awareness.
Ben is a scatterbrain, so I need dice to help me.
It's
What they're
true.
there for.
I got a crit for 4 successes.
Name's Brianna.
Last name? Do I remember if she ever told me
Yeah,
last name?
Duncan. Brianna Duncan.
Your real name's Brianna Duncan. And your favorite color is pink.
Get to have your friend back. I had to lose someone else.
You almost lost your other friend, too. Wasn't for Sean.
If it wasn't for Sean, I would have been forged. And I still might lose him too. He hasn't answered any of the phone calls. He hasn't texted back. Neither is Juniper. They might already be gone. You got your friend back.
Is she really crying about the thing that she made happen? She sent them up there. She allowed them to go. If they're dead, whose hands are the blood on now?
Delphine, I did get Jordan back. And I was able to fulfill my selfish wish, my selfish desire of getting him back. And I don't think I could say sorry enough to say how I truly feel about having to lose Sean to do that. Because Sean was a mentor and a friend to me too. I learned from him up in hell. When I would call Red, he would talk to me on the phone. He would give me advice. He would try to show me a different way. And when he was down here, when I was still reeling from the death of Red, he's the one that brought me closure. He's the one that allowed me to talk to Red one more time. Sean dying didn't just affect you. Sean was someone I looked up to and I trusted. It's not just affecting you. And Forged and Juniper being up there, I've tried texting them a bunch and tried calling them, and I know that it's the situation up there. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going on. But we have to trust that they are going to be able to handle it. And we have to trust in their ability to get home. Because unfortunately, it's a mission that you approved and you allowed them to go up. And that is what you have to accept when you are a leader and you allow the people under you to go on a mission that is dangerous.
She's rubbing her eyes with the edge of her sleeve. Do you know why I'm scared and upset about Sean? Because I needed him. I just have Artie right now. But he was keeping an eye on me, making sure I didn't go back. He's not here anymore, and if Forge isn't here anymore.
I mean, the rest of us are here. The rest of the pack is here. We can help you. If you just let us. I mean, you were giving me crap about not reaching out and getting help from you guys earlier. But other than Forged and Artie and Sean, have you really allowed us to help you in this? Have you reached out and asked us or talked to us in any way?
She hesitates and pauses. Because they both know the answer to that. And she just shakes her head.
This is your leader, Raymond? John wasn't even a pack member, and she falls apart at the loss of him. What if it was one of you? What if it came down to making the hard decision that might require one of your sacrifice? She doesn't understand war. She's just a teenage junkie from Michigan.
Delphine, if I'm being a little honest, I'm scared for you right now. Because I can understand that Sean meant a lot to you. But like I said before, that this is war, and people die all the time. If this is something that you hold against me this strongly and potentially forever, what's going to happen when one of us die? What happens when it's not someone else that causes the death of us, but what if it's you? What if a decision that you make, a decision that you decide upon during a mission, causes one of us to sacrifice ourselves and die? Is this how you're going to react at that point? Are you going to hold it against yourself like this? Or are you going to accept it? Or are you going to deal with it? How are you going to deal with it?
Kent, I'm in a little bit of a quandary.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel that this line of questioning is a little triggering to a junkie.
Okay.
So this is uncharted territory for me in terms of rolling.
Give me a composure and resolve.
Three successes?
It's aggravating to be sure, but not anything to push you over the edge. Nothing, this is just stressful and obnoxious, but yeah, it's not that far just yet. Or even if it is, you have withstood worse, to say the least. But also, it's easy for him to say he has no problem sacrificing people. Clearly. Even when they didn't need to. The answer was obvious. But he had to choose the sacrificial route.
Now, above table, I have to ask, is this sounding like a voice that's coming around a lot, or is this just our own little mental okay?
It's just your own little mental thing.
Okay. She'll wipe her eyes again, and she will just glare at him a little bit. I knew they could die up there, and I sent them. I know that this is about making hard decisions. And it was supposed to be you making these decisions. Are you saying that you wouldn't have sent them up? You were offering to go.
Yes, I was offering to go. And I would have sent them up. Because it's something that Forged and Juniper wanted to do. And I wasn't going to stop them.
But you would have sent anybody up who had a good enough reason. Did she send Forged up because of how close they are? Would she have allowed you? Would she have allowed Juniper if it was just Juniper? Or was it favoritism?
Mentally, this will be a thought. that it can't be favoritism because the whole situation revolves around Forged. It's Forged child. It's Forged situation to fix. I just said previously in the conversation that I let the pack members deal with personal stuff more on their own. This is something I wouldn't have let him do on his own. But I don't believe that it was favoritism that allowed him to get sent out.
Sure, but if you were the one with the kid, would she have let you do the same? If Juniper had a kid, would it be the same? Or would she have micromanaged it, required that, you all go, required that they wait until something else happens? Or was it because it was Forged's kid? Because Forged wanted it bad enough?
Delphine, if you are truly that worried about them, why didn't you allow more of us to go? Why did you just let Forge and Juniper go off by themselves if you were that scared that it was that dangerous and that the potential that they wouldn't come back was there?
There were dancers there, a larger group would have been noticed faster.
But it would have been safer.
Would it? A larger, 2-3 whole seps got annihilated by Black Spiral dancers. What difference would 2 more Guru have made?
And why did she let them go at all? How long did he know that kid? A couple of months?
If that's the case, why send them up? Why send them into an area infested with dancers? If it's that dangerous, and we knew it was that dangerous, why allow them to go up?
Because I'm not heartless enough to sacrifice a child.
But you're willing to sacrifice 2 of your pack?
One of those pack members is the father of said child.
Okay. So you made the hard decision of potentially sacrificing 2 of your pack to save a child that, yes, he is one of the pack members' child. He's Forged child. But we also didn't know where he really was. We had no information. We had nothing except that he was up there. That's not a lot to go on when you're sending someone on such a dangerous mission.
I wasn't going to stop him.
And I wouldn't have stopped him either. But there was more that could have been done before sending them up. There's more that could have been prepared before sending them up. I mean, you made a decision and you allowed them to go, but was it the correct decision?
You all could have gone if he didn't get shamed. You didn't have these new pups unloaded on you. You'd be up there right now. And who knows, maybe you'd be successful. You wouldn't have to worry about unanswered calls or text messages if you were there, leading.
She stares at the probably now stretched out ends of her sweater sleeves. Because despite the heat, she still insists on wearing sweaters. It all just goes back to Jordan. If Jordan wasn't around, we all could have gone. We all could be there right now. You wouldn't have gotten shamed. You would still be pack leader. But instead, I had to make that decision.
You're right. Me being shamed and everything that happened made it difficult to make a better decision. But as pack leader, you could have pushed to have us all go. You have the weight to say, hey, he's shamed, but this is an important mission. I want to take him with me on this mission for the entire pack to go and help Forge get his kid back. But you didn't do that. You didn't try to make that decision.
Because we need to stay here. Some of us need to stay here to protect the cairn, to protect the sept. There's Fenris, Cult of Fenris back. There's leeches at our backs.
Also, he would have been a liability. He was shamed.
They went, and they also would have smelled you from a mile away.
Fair enough. I would have been not the best choice to go up, but I guess why didn't you go up?
Because I got saddled with 2 new pack mates that I have to tend to and take care of. I have to be responsible for 2 new Guru. I have to help educate a lupus-born who is bouncing around like a puppy half a lot of the time.
I could have done that.
Could you?
Did you even ask me?
I didn't trust you.
Didn't or don't?
You trusted me for so long, and one thing, yes, it was a big thing, just shattered all the trust that was built up for over a year.
You mean the year he kept the secret? The whole time, lying to you, hiding from you, obscuring from you? All that trust might as well have been a lie as well.
You were barely involved with us and the stuff we were doing this past year. Outside of group combat training. Forged constantly flaking on sept duties. Juniper out doing her own thing. There's no unity.
Oh, sure, because she can keep Forged and Juniper online.
And you're saying that you can create the unity, the perfect harmony between everyone in the pack?
At least I'm making an effort trying to get people to do stuff with each other. I would hang out with Forged. Me and Juniper, despite everything, we would tend to the memorial garden I created together.
Would have tried Raymond, but it usually ended in property destruction or litany breaks or one of a countless many other issues.
Spend time with the new pack members too. I read to Willow every night. I teach her stuff. I do patrols with Quinn. I try to be involved in my packmates' lives. Because if I'm going to lead them, I want to know them. I want them to know me. I want them to trust me.
I guess it's good to know that all the times I talked to everyone and attempted to get to know everyone a little better and help with their issues and offer my help wasn't trying to form unity. That me attempting to reach out and, you know, constantly being called soldier boy and put down and brushed off, you know, even through all that attempting something. Good to know that that wasn't a form of unity that was trying to be made. Sure, I didn't do as much as what you're saying you're doing. I tried. But do you remember us the first 6 months that we were here? Do you think anyone would have tried to be actually unified?
I did.
I know. But it was still hard to try. And
You don't stop trying because it's hard. You do it in spite of it.
Was all that trying in between the visits to the leech drug dealer? From the moment you got here? Was that in between those moments? And then going behind people's back and still doing it even though they were told, sure, okay.
I mean, Delphine, you're coming at me like, but you were just as bad when we first got down here, and for months during our first year here, disappearing to go make secret phone calls on a payphone outside of a 7-Eleven to meet up with Spud or get a secret drop-off. I'm just saying, like, you've been calling me a hypocrite all night and calling me out for all this stuff. We all are hypocrites, and we all hold hypocrisy in what we've done since we've been down here.
Except I'm trying to change it.
And I'm trying to change it as well. I accepted what I did and the punishment that has been placed upon me. I am going to the training. I finished my tasks, my first task that Eliza gave me to talk with Jordan and patch things up. I am trying to move forward and make things better.
For you or for us? For you or for the sept, us? For this nation, us?
Everything starts with getting yourself back on track. And then you work on fixing what you have with others.
Then I'll have you make this call. Since I think personal matters should be dealt with personally. We have two options in front of us. We tell Jordan about everything. We already got Aspen's sign off on it. By telling him, we would utilize him to open up a new cairn, one in the city. However, if he knows, he's in, and he cannot leave. Or we let him leave. He knows nothing. We don't tell him. We give him a new, shiny identity and you let him move on with his life. Which would be better? The one that's clearly better for Jordan and for you, because you can still have some of a relationship with him, even if it's long distance, even if there's that little wall between you forever. Or the one that benefits the Sept and the entire cairn and can utilize his skills, but in doing so, traps him to this life like we're trapped to it forever.
Delphine, that is not my decision to make. That is Jordan's.
Isn't it?
That is Jordan's decision. You ask him and present those two options to him. He decides. That's his right now. And I've already told him that I'm done making decisions for him. He gets to decide whether he stays and helps or he leaves.
But if you had to make the decision, which would you pick?
At this point, I honestly don't care which one. Because I care more about what he decides and what he wants than what I want now.
And this is why I'm leader.
Sure it is.
Your friend ironically has left a scar on this relationship, probably as big as the one that we left on him. But at the end of the day, I really can't blame him, because it's not his fault either.
I never said that it was anyone's fault except my own for what happened. And this scar that's left between you and me, I'm going to be honest. It's mostly one-sided on you. Sure, I have some grievances. And I have thoughts. But the respect I have on you for how much you supported me when I was leader, and your help, and when I came to you for thoughts and opinions, and asked and got your side to most of our conversations when we had them in pack meetings or one-on-one. Delphine, I still have that respect towards you. That's why I put my vote in for you to be leader when I was kicked off. I'm willing at any point to put this behind us in some way. To move on and try and reforge something. But it's mainly all on you. You can decide when that happens and what happens with it.
She's staring at him for a really long time, mentally debating with herself. Because on the one hand, she can acknowledge that he's not wrong, that most, if not all, of the anger is on her end. She can acknowledge that. She honestly doesn't know if it's a mixture of things, if it's how she was raised, if it's being trained by Charles in his manner and like just coming to the logical coming to the logical conclusion of the sept and pack being first foremost. It's probably a blend, but she doesn't know how to proceed in this, and there is that conflict in her face. And she'll just look at Ray tired and sad. I don't know how to fix this, Ray.
If I'm being honest, I don't know how to either. But I think this is a good starting point to try and figure something out.
Regardless, we need to deal with Jordan sooner rather than later, because I don't think it's fair to leave him hanging the way he has been.
I agree.
I think if we're going to tell him, it needs to be as soon as possible.
I was ready to tell him last time we talked, but I wanted to do it the correct way this time and get permission. But if you already have permission, then we can do it whenever you want to do it.
Then we go this week.
All right. Sounds good.
So as the two of you come to a conclusion, step away, some things just can't be healed. Not quickly. They do heal, but they do scar over. Scar tissue is also tougher than regular skin. It's through trials by fire that we get stronger in our relationships when they're tested. Did they fail the test? Not yet. But it's always possible. As Delphine leaves, Raymond, you get a text message from Jordan. It's a cover of a DVD bin with the cover of the movie Misery on it. And he sends the message, saw this and thought of you, although Kathy Bates was hotter. JK, beers later.
I'll smile while reading the message and give a chuckle and give a thumbs up and say, yeah, I'll bring a case and we can talk about how I'm definitely hotter than her.
Alternatively, Delphine, as you leave, waiting for your ride to show up or going for a walk, you also get a text message. It is also from Jordan. And it says, I found a spark plug that should work for your generator at a junkyard. I think we're on our way.
She still crying just a little bit from the just the emotional exhaustion at this point, but she will smile seeing that and send a little flame emoji and a clock face emoji to him. Just text him saying, you'll have some answers soon, I promise.
We now go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaboration with our partnered vendors, Chromatic Creations, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Champs Tramps, and Howl and Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our programs, you can do so at ko-fi.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling. The more and more you get settled into the sept, Willow, the more and more the question raises in your mind. Why did Ember send us here? Why specifically Delphine? Most of the people here seem grumpy or mean or withdrawn. They're helpful, sure, and it's nice to have a place to call your own, but why? Now your relationship with spirits has been varied. So that conversation with Alara left something to be desired for you. You find yourself around the bonfire, having had Eliza help you build it and get it nice and hot as you try to reach out to that patron spirit to get some answers that you've long been searching for. And maybe, just maybe, you can make a connection, because those have been few and far between so far. What's going through Willow's mind as they settle by the bonfire, a bag of marshmallows off to the side as tribute?
They sort of stare at that bag, knowing that they had to ask someone else to get it as part of all of the things that have happened. What keeps running through their mind is just all of the things they hear other people say around the cairn when people think that they can't hear them. Willow's stubborn. Willow acts like a pup. It's like all of those things, it's like I'm doing my best, and yet it seems like the only people who really believe in Willow are Quinn, Eliza, and Delphine, kind of, but there's sort of that energy of like, this kid doesn't know any better. It's just a puppy. Look how cute it is. And it's just that sort of othering feeling that's just sort of pervasive and seems to only really dissipate with Quinn and Eliza the most.
Now, you've been able to connect a little bit with your fellow children of Gaia, but there's definitely a separation there. Isidoro being an elder, Terrence having had his own experiences, and being a lupus born in its own right kind of puts some distance between you and the Hamid-borns. They have some taste of what it's like to be a wolf, but you lived it. And yours was especially difficult. So as you look into the flames of the fire, how would you like to call forth Ember?
Willow is going to sort of bare fingernails into the bag, rip it open, and toss all of the marshmallows into the fire. And then sort of stand, all arms and legs sort of extended, making themselves look like really big, like a bear normally does. Oh, Ember, person of the flame, mighty is your light. I ask for your presence and wish to speak with you. Whoosh. And it's like magic fingers.
Give me a charisma and persuasion.
What's my rage at?
Oh, 1.
Okay.
Nothing too tense or difficult going on right now.
That's 5 successes.
Okay. As the marshmallows fall into the fire, some of them popping and sizzling as they start to blacken over with char around the exterior. From the flames of one of those marshmallows that has started to burn, a face forms in the flames.
It's been a long time since anyone summoned me like that.
Did you enjoy your tribute, my spirit? And it's just sort of head bowing and sort of like intentionally not trying to gauge the reaction of not trying to look in the eye fully and like trying to really be in reverence as much as Willow can.
You don't have to force it, Willow. You have questions, I have answers. Be genuine. Be yourself. And yes, I appreciate the offering.
Okay. Good. I wanted to make sure I did it right. If you know I have questions, you know what questions I have to ask, but I will ask formally. Ember, why did you lead us down here? How did you even know we were there to begin with? And why Delphine's pack? We seem to not fit, or I seem to not fit. I feel like Quinn fits very well with everyone and is very good at all of that, but I don't fit.
I think you'll find that you have more in common with them than you know. And a part of it is that you need them. But in another way, they also need you.
They sort of cock their head to the side and just sort of think on that for a moment. Really thinking about how to respond to that. They sort of sit there for probably a little longer than they should, and then respond. What do I have to offer them? They are pretty knowingable about most things. And they have another lupus born. They don't need an extra.
Ember lets out a chuckle that sounds like the crackling of flames, sparked up a little more.
When you look at them, what do you see?
Pain. Discord. Lots of it. Secrets? Lots of things not being said that should be. But all of it at each other, and seemingly not wanting to be in anyone's presence more than like 3 Guru max. Like, they seem very out of sorts.
They are. And a lot of that pain they're experiencing has come from the things they've done and the things that have been done to them. What are some of the things you do best?
Well, based on everyone else's stuff they've been saying to me, not much.
That's not true. You're trying to listen to the judgment of those who need judgment themselves. What do you do well?
They really have to think about it for a while, and it's like, I mean, I'm not even that good at Hunter, or my songs aren't that, like, I'm not even writing or creating, or can I do anything well? And they're really having to think about it, and they just, that sort of stops them in their tracks, and they're sort of mulling that thought over a little too long.
Yes, you can, and you do. You say what needs to be said with no filter. You bring joy in a place of sadness and pain and darkness. You are the light in the dark. You are the flame when all there is currently is charcoal. You have many gifts, but your greatest gift, even with your experience, is your optimism, your positivity, your light, your willingness to be taught, your willingness to learn, your potential for growth. Many of the others have stopped growing. They've found themselves becoming stagnant as they buckle under the weight of the Guru existence. Your greatest ability, what makes you perfect to your moon, is your ability to ease that burden, to take off some of that weight, to provide optimism and innocence to a place that has long forgotten it.
And they nod quite a bit, a little fervently, eyes wide, staring at the ground, like, okay, that makes sense. Okay. I don't know if everyone is accepting of that light, but I guess the kind of point is that it's not supposed to be.
They won't at first. People deny the things that make them uncomfortable. They avoid harsh truths. They often avoid honesty because it's too painful, too reminiscent. But they must face these things. And they must see the light for what it is. A guiding force. Something to be clung to. Even now, two of your brethren have lost the light.
Oh? I'm guessing you can't tell me which two because you would have said names otherwise.
It would do you no good to know.
Okay. But okay, remembering. You did not answer that other part of that question. How did you know to find us?
Spirits come from a variety of places. Some from emotion, some from thought, some from the animals, the trees. I was born from Gaia herself. I am her flame, her fire. Wherever Gaia is, so too am I. And like recognizes like. Light recognizes light, even if that light casts a very long shadow.
And at that, Willow sort of smiles at themselves, like, oh, okay, I'm late. That's cool. And it sort of wiggles in their seat a little bit about, like, okay, that's cool. Okay. Well, then the other thing, I think Quinn is good for this pack, but a lot of the leadership seem to be picking him to pieces, and I don't understand why. Like when we were in fighting practice, Charles just sort of looked him up and down like he was prey, and then said some rude-ish, meanish stuff, and then we had to fight, and that was the whole thing. But that, why not just say, oh, Willow should go join Delphine, go find Delphine, not both of us? So why both of us?
Quinn is searching for redemption, for acceptance, for purpose. They feel rejected, judged, cast aside by the only family they knew. They didn't fit in anymore, and they are desperately searching for a place to fit in. place they found themselves, the place I sent you, has reason to be distrusting. They have been burned many times for waving their hands too close to the flame. This has made them paranoid, overly cautious, distrusting. This is why they need you. Their last true dose of innocence died just over a year ago. And that loss still hasn't been fully recovered from. Their willingness to trust innocence has been tampered. They have been in a fight, an endless conflict for a very long time. That is a weight that they carry upon them. And more than anything, they need to know those that come here can carry such a weight as well, rather than be a liability.
Okay. Okay. New goals. Okay, those are good. I like those goals. I will work on those goals. And then the other thing I needed to ask and entreat you, O mighty spirit.
That's enough.
Do you know if my pack is safe? And or could you keep an eye on them if you can? I would give a boon of myself in exchange for your sight.
From the moment I heard your mournful song, I have watched them. They are safe. For now. But a great darkness is coming. One that looks to extinguish all light, all flame. Their safety won't matter if the darkness succeeds.
They get probably too close to the fire at that, like on knees on the ground, just looking very intently into the flames, almost to the point where they're probably going to burn their retinas a little bit. How do I make myself a brighter light then?
Stop denying the shadow. Stop being afraid of what you don't understand. Dedicate yourself to learning, growing, becoming stronger. But also, don't let them put out your flame, for they will try. They will test you. They will push you. But as long as your fire burns, it casts light, even in the darkest of places.
And they will nod fervently. Okay. I've been trying, and it's been hard, but I think I know what I need to do next. It is the scariest thing in the world to do, but Quinn says sometimes we gotta do it scared, so we're gonna do it scared and grow as a light. I'm gonna be a bigger light, because that's what I need to do. Just like feels a little resolve filled, and just sort of stands and bows at the flame. Is there anything else you would ask of me, Ember?
I have something to show you.
At this point, the eyes disappear, as does the mouth, but the flame burns even brighter. In amidst the flames come a flash of images. One is of your pack, moving their way through the woods. Some are limping or walking a little slower than the others. But the alpha is turning back to constantly check in, to try and gather them together. They're looking for something. Something that they're missing. Something that left. The next flash is to that of a man with a jean jacket, short brown hair, a scarred face, and stubble. The one who calls himself Rook. But he doesn't walk alone, because beside him are two massive wolves. And in their eyes you see fire, but not a controlled burn like that of this hearth, but a destructive inferno that would devastate anything in its path. And then finally, you see a van rolling down a highway. Bars on the windows. Some words on the side that you can kind of make out. Livingstone County Detention Center. But behind this van casts a long and twisting shadow that seems to just coil in upon itself. And then the images dissipate, replaced by the face.
This is the past, the present, and the future.
I thank you for your sight and for your thoughts. I hope we may speak again.
You know how to call, and I will answer. Stop letting them splash water on your fire. Just burn even brighter.
Willow gets this devilish grin, and as the flames sort of light their face, it is almost menacing and how joyful it is. My flame will burn ever bright, Ember.
Good. Just don't forget. Fire can burn.
And it will.
And with that, the face disappears into the flames, the fire reducing to its reasonable size. What is Willow feeling after this spiritual encounter?
It felt good to be validated. For once, it's been quite a bit since they've gotten validation. That was that empowering. A lot of it's been a lot of placating and talking down to, and oh, you poor thing. This was emboldening. It was very similar to how it felt at the moot, like that sort of like emboldened joy. But also that now I need to find Delphine as soon as possible, and it's just sort of like, okay, how long do I need to wait before I go run away? Because I was told fire is not safe and I need to make sure it stays controlled. But the moment that's no longer an issue is sprinting to go find Delphine.
Willow, you have scars. Scars that were forced upon you through a life of trauma, a life that prevented you from truly learning what it is to be what you are. And then you changed into something else, which brings even more confusion and lessons to learn. But as you rush away from the flames, using its light to guide you, the scars feel lighter. Not so heavy, not so burdensome. In a way, not so traumatic. But only you can keep it that way. For relief is temporary. Change is forever. We now move on to our final scene of tonight's story. Forged and Juniper, you've been in the back of this van for the better part of 6 hours now. The drive to Tilden Mine in the Upper Peninsula is a very long road. The 2 guards who sit in the back with you remain silent for the entire drive. Their eyes locked on you, your silver-plated shackles, your overall demeanor. With very little communication happening, you haven't really had much time to prepare, but what would you even prepare? You don't have weapons, you don't have your phones. You're basically still just in hospital gowns. As soon as the road becomes less smooth and starts to take on that gravelly sound of going down a dirt road before immediately going down at an incline, you start to realize just what you're walking into, what you're being taken to. A place that's not familiar to you necessarily, but a place that's very familiar to those you once knew. As the car skids to a halt and the back doors are open, darkness has started to seep its way in overhead. As night starts to grip this part of the world. All around you, you see massive inclines of hills, of dug out dirt and gravel. You see mining machinery discarded and off to the side. But also some still working. maybe even working harder than it originally did. As it gouges, claws, digs its way into the earth in an almost violent manner. As Aaron comes around to the guards, they unchain you from the anchor in the bottom of the van and pull you out somewhat forcefully of the back. They then start to lead you toward a mine shaft opening, which is lit by dull lantern light. Plenty of shadows being cast around it. Plenty of darkness. Plenty of dangers to be worried about. As they push you into the mouth's mouth, you feel like you're entering into a dungeon, or perhaps the mouth of some unholy monster. Plunging into the dark depths, you eventually hit a point where you can't even see anymore. It seems like the lantern light is gone. That you're just walking through an abyss, through darkness. You can feel the gravel beneath your feet. You can feel the hard stone, the echoing of your steps off of the walls. And then you arrive at a door. With a turn of a wheel, the door becomes unlocked and opened slowly. At this point, you are walked into a large carved out room amidst the rock. Maybe this was at one point a break room for miners who didn't come all the way out of the mines. But in here sit 2 chairs and 2 anchors in the ground. They lead you to the chairs, forcefully sitting you down before bending over to attach your shackles to the anchors. And then they just leave. Walking out of the room, the heavy steel door shutting once more, the turning of the handle, plunging the room into darkness, with just the 2 of you present. You have a few moments to yourself. What do you do?
Forge is currently leaned back as far as he can in this chair, not like trying to get out, but just looking very kind of exhausted by this, taking a deep breath in, lay on a long sigh. Had a feeling it might have ended like this, but was kind of hoping, something good would come our way.
Hope you're not afraid of the dark, Forge.
I've been around Ivor enough tonight, kind of get used to the dark alleyway, You got any regrets you want to get off your chest now for, whatever happens?
I should have killed more of them.
There's a moment of silence following that. Forge doesn't answer. Kind of, he even stops breathing for a second, and then kind of eventually allows himself to breathe again. Yeah, that probably would have been pretty nice here.
The good news is that we're probably not gonna immediately die. And they're gonna probably continue to psychologically torture the fucking shit out of you. Say some bizarre shit to me. and probably do their best to turn us into whatever the fuck they want. So, at least we got time.
Oh yeah, I am so excited to be tortured nonstop for the foreseeable future.
Willing to do anything to save your kid, right?
Yeah. I'm willing to do anything to save my family.
I smirk at that, even though it's not seen. Yeah. Anything to save family.
At this point, you hear the metallic squeak of that same wheel being turned that unlocked the door. As the door is opened, light pours in, causing you to have to blink it back momentarily as your eyes adjust once more. Those same two cops, and I use that in quotations, step into the room, each of them taking a space over beside the door. And then long shadows pour into the doorway. They seem unstable, rocking back and forth as a 2-year-old child with curly brown hair slowly walks in the door, arms out, trying to steady themselves, making sure that they're standing upright. And just as they start to fall, 2 hands are there to catch them and help them stand up once more. As Jacob Fletcher, now older, now more weathered, so to speak, stands in the doorway. Careful of the lip there, little guy. And he lifts him up over the door's edge, taking him into the room. Hello, Bradley. Juniper. He walks over to the wall and hits a light switch, and all of a sudden, like big shop lights come on around the room, bathing it in an almost sterile light. I was wondering when you were going to get here. I'm glad I was able to send somebody to pick you up.
How very thoughtful of you.
Figured it'd save us some time. Release him. One of the guards walks over and starts almost immediately taking off your cuffs, your ankle shackles, the chains to the floor, just forged, before dropping them off to the side. I admired you growing up. You were this like shining example of cool, or what I thought was cool. You were going to parties. You were just free. You didn't care about responsibility or school. But it became apparent to me as I had to think about it over and over and over again, as they showed me what you were doing while I was being dragged away. The girl, the music, the booze. Bradley, you were killing yourself. But then you killed me, didn't you? You killed me by not telling them what had happened, by giving them no clues, no lead, no opportunity to try and find me. You made me a memory, not a person. That's when I decided I was going to do you one better. I wasn't even going to allow you to be a memory. And somehow, Mom and Dad are happier for it. Happier to not have a delinquent, to have a responsible father to their grandchild. A real family for once. And all it took was cutting out the cancer. But hey, now we're together, you and me. And we can be a family again. Because what was taken away can be given back. See, some people think the worm just takes, that it just eats and decays and desiccates, but really, it's given me so much. It gave me a family, gave me a purpose, and now it's given me you. So, what do we do, Bradley? Do we finish the job and let the worm feast? Or do we appease it with a sacrifice? And let us be a family again. Until the end, of course. See, and he scoops up Cooper onto his hip. I wasn't gonna let this boy live the miserable existence you made me live. The miserable existence you lived. See, I decided to cut off the downward spiral that started with you. I decided to change the pattern, and I decided this little boy is going to have all the happiness he deserves, so that when it comes, he won't have to regret his miserable life that he would have had with you. Ignored, forgotten, erased. He gets everything I should have had. Everything you took from me. So what do you have to say, deadbeat?
Forge, after being released, stood up from his chair, but not moved an inch, not made a sound since his brother walked into the room. And listening to his words, they hit him in the heart over and over again. Much of what he says is not wrong. He said it's true. He kind of in shock also just seeing he never expected to see his brother, to be honest. He honestly thought that this mission was probably going to result in him not seeing him or him dying before he ever got the chance. So finally finished Forge takes a few tentative steps forward, getting closer as his eyes start to water, as the face of his brother, weathered, full of hatred, blurs for him. As he'll say, Jacob, it's really you. I never thought I'd see you again. He just wants to walk close enough and have his arms outstretched to try and hug his brother, even though he knows it probably won't happen. He wants to so badly.
As you start to move forward, with his free hand, Jacob pulls a gun from his belt, and you recognize it to be the gun with the silver bullets, and holds it in your direction. We're not there yet. Like I said, the worm has to be fed. So what's it gonna be? He holds the gun at you. You? Or her? Or him? I'll let you decide. And he holds the gun out, letting it spin in his hand with the butt facing you.
He will reach out and grab the gun.
At this point, Jacob will close the distance and push the gun into his own chest. Do it, brother. Finish the job. You killed me once. It shouldn't be too hard to do it again. But this time, look me in the fucking face while you do it.
Orge's hand is trembling as he has the gun in his brother's chest, as just a barrage of thoughts now hit him, as he feels he doesn't want to kill his brother again. He doesn't want to do that. He knows he lost him once, but he thinks also of what Charles told him. He needs to not let his emotions cloud him on this mission, that if he lets them get to him, it's over. And he's been put in this circuit now where his decision is him, his pack mate, his child, or his brother. As he will falter for a second, though, as he delays contemplating it, as eventually he'll say, "Why are you making me do this, Jacob? Please, why?"
As this is all going on, does anybody have eyes on Juniper at all?
The guards do.
And they're like fully armed with guns or
Strangely
anything?
enough, no guns.
All right, I will keep that in mind as this is continuing.
I'm not making you do anything, brother, that you didn't already do 1,000 times over. To me, to Lila, to our parents, to your son. You just let them go. Over and over and over again. Duncan, Damien. They meant more to you than any of us, didn't they? Well, how are they doing?
The gun shakes even more, pushed up to his chest as Forge begins to slowly pull it back. As he starts aiming it at himself, as he holds it closer to himself, shaking in his hand. Is this what you want, Jacob? You already made your message about how everyone would be happier without me, how everything I touch breaks and decays. Is this what would make you happy, Jacob? Is this what really would give you any sort of contentment, any sort of happiness, maybe even get you off this path to see me die?
Happiness died in the labyrinth. There is no more happiness in the world. Not for me.
There's a pause. The gun trigger slightly being pulled. As the pain of this circumstance makes him want to so badly to do it, to just stop all of this now and not have to worry about anything and just give in to what they're saying, that their happiness is from him not being there. But as his eyes gazes over to Juniper, stuck in the chair, looks to his own son, he thinks about the effort, the hopes of his elders, of the people who believed in him, and he thinks that the sacrifice of Sean, who gave up his own life for him. He will close his eyes and say, "I'm sorry." And he's going to point it quickly at him and try and shoot him in the chest.
Okay. Give me a dexterity and firearms.
While he goes to shoot, can I attempt to get out of the cuffs
Sure.
and take isn't it a stain against Hirano to go up to 5 range?
Yes. Now, are you planning to shift while doing it, or are you just doing it? Keep in mind, these are silver cuffs.
Yeah, so I guess what would be better mechanically?
So you could try with just pure brute strength to break the cuffs. Shifting is going to be a little bit difficult in this moment, so you are going to have to get those cuffs off you if you're planning on shifting. You could try and shift, but you're going to be taking damage from the silver. Right now, it's just itchy and obnoxious, but once you change, it burns. So,
Yeah.
And you are still pretty beat up.
I would like to dislocate like my thumbs and pull my hands out of the handcuffs that are not too tight.
Okay, then give me a strength and athletics to do so.
I'm going to use the willpower. That will put me into, what's the word?
Impairment?
Superficial. Yeah, impairment, that's the word. I got 1 success.
As you fire off the gun, it just goes wide. And Jacob just shakes his head at you. You can do better than that, brother. Juniper, what'd you get?
I got 3 successes.
Okay. as you jerk your hands from the cuffs, you hear a sickening popping sound from your thumbs as you pull them out, taking 1 superficial damage in the process. But you do manage to free your hands. What about your feet?
I see, this is the tricky part. But I don't have the strength, I don't think, to pop the chains as I am.
Right. So you could potentially go Krynos, which will afford you the extra health boxes, but you will take damage immediately and probably go into that extra health.
Yes, but I might be able to heal an ag.
That is true.
Yeah. Yep. I use the pain of having to dislocate my thumbs to get that out of the handcuffs as
Oh, you
like
get a rage
that.
from that, by the way, taking
I do
damage.
get a rage? Okay. Fuck yeah.
Well, you were at 5 because you spent the Hirano anyway, so it doesn't matter. You're maxed.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, I have the 5 rage, and I look over at Forged as soon as my hands are out, and I was like, yeah, Forged, do fucking better, and I will go into Krynos.
Okay, make the 2 rage checks.
Passed one, failed one.
Okay. As you shift into your large war form, almost immediately you feel the burning of the cuffs around your feet as they start to singe into your flesh, doing 1 aggravated damage right out the gate. Until they're removed, they will continue to do an aggravated damage each round. In response, the 2 cops, quote unquote, behind Jacob also shift into their war forms as they grow massively larger, black fur coating their pelts, and they let out a snarling gnashing as they start lunging their way forward. Everyone declare your intentions for the first round of combat.
I'm still right in front of Jacob at this point, so my goal here is that once I see this chaos erupt, I just want to grab my kid and get away here. Like, I'm just trying to grab my child from him, like push him away, knock him to the ground, and just see what I can go from there.
Okay. Give me a strength and brawl. Try and grapple your child.
Yeah.
The difficulty is going to be higher because he is smaller and he is held by someone else.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a problem, but you know what I got? A whole lot of dice. 8 successes crit.
Okay. As you snatch Cooper from Jacob's arms, he lets out just a wailing scream. Juniper, what are you doing?
That's such a great question. I'm so glad you asked. Would ripping the cuffs off of my legs count as a full action?
Yes.
Will it do damage to me as I tear them off?
Yes.
Can I heal an aggravated damage before I do that?
Yes.
I'm going to do that. And then I am going to tear them off.
Okay. So roll the 2 rouse checks to heal the aggravated and then make a strength and brawl. However, I will say you are at a 2-die penalty because you are still shifting.
Okay. I passed both checks.
Okay, good. So you have healed 1 ag. And then you can make a strength and brawl again, minus 2 die because you are mid shift and you do not have rapid shift.
Three successes again.
Okay. You will take another point of aggravated damage as you grab onto the cuffs with your claws and tear them from you, freeing yourself of these silver binds that were holding you. But you are still not in good shape, and you are still feeling the burning, sizzling from the silver, the leftovers. It won't do further damage next round, but it still isn't comfortable, to say the very least. Meanwhile, Juniper, I need you to make me 2 dex and athletics rolls. One of them at -3, the other one at -4. As the 2 cops spring towards you.
One success on both of those.
Okay. So as they collide with you, knocking you and the chair you were originally sitting in back to the ground, they'll do a combined 3 points of superficial damage already halved as they collide with you, taking you down and starting to wrestle and fight with you.
Okay. Can I, as they attack me, activate Porcupine's Reprisal for both?
Absolutely.
Of them? All right. It's 2 rage checks because they're both
Yeah.
doing it. I passed the first one. I dropped my die. I passed the second one.
Okay. So as they lunge into you, you call upon the porcupine to spike out, causing them to let out growls of pain and anguish as they attack you, successfully knocking you down, but walking away with a little bit of pain for their efforts.
Yes, and I do have 3 glories, so that would be 3 superficial for each.
Yep.
Ending.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, and then how much damage was that in total again?
That would be 3 superficial.
Okay, I'm still alive.
Forged, I need you to make me a dexterity and athletics roll at a -2 because you are now carrying Cooper to prevent Jacob from taking the gun from you. Okay, 1 success. That will not be enough as Jacob quickly moves up, snatches the gun out of your hands, and says, "Made your choice." And he points the gun at Cooper. But his action was to wrestle the gun away from you. So next round decides what happens. Declare your intentions.
I think there's almost like for Forged, time slows down to him as he sees the gun not being aimed at him, which he would have been fine with, honestly, if he goes down here. At least he tried. But his kid, no, that can't happen. That won't happen. I have to do anything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. As even if it means I gotta hurt my brother, as if I can, I want to take a dot of both Hogloss and Hirano to get my willpower back and my rage up.
So you can only do one per turn, so you have to pick which one first.
I would definitely do the rage one first.
Okay, so you're taking a stain against Toronto to rocket up to 5 rage. Okay. What do you want to do then with all this rage boiling up inside you?
I'm gonna. I have either a dilemma. Either I can. If I shift into Krynos, because I remember correctly, Krynos is very difficult to control your strength. It's very likely I would hurt my own child.
Quite likely, yes.
I can do is to go into Glabro to at least have the extra strength.
There's also no better way to traumatize your child than turning. There's no better way to traumatize your child than turning into a large hulking furry thing that they've never seen before. But you know, okay, yes, you can make the rage check to turn into Glabro.
Yeah, or you could be dead. I mean,
that's true too. That's a very valid point. Therapy works. You know a therapist. You know 2 therapists.
Yeah, so I succeed the rage check as I'll switch into Glabro as I'm essentially going to engage my brother to run, close the distance and try and incapacitate him at least, do something, beat him down, grab the gun, just do whatever I can to make sure he doesn't fire.
Are you putting Cooper down to do this, or are you holding on to him and swinging one-handed? Because that's going to affect your dice pool as you were trying not to let Cooper get hit while also trying to hit.
I think for this moment, I have to put him down on the ground for now, because I can't. It's dangerous, but it's more dangerous to run into a loaded gun with my child than to, put him down and go for him.
Okay. So setting Cooper down is going to be a minor action, so you can make an attack again with -2 dice if you would like to.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to try and heal an aggravated as possible.
Cool. Go ahead and make the 2 rage checks.
Pass.
Okay. So you heal an aggravated.
And it's going to be a brawl plus at strength, I assume?
Yep, -2 for putting Cooper down, which would take some of your time and attention. Unless you wanted to just throw him down, which I'm assuming you don't want to do in this big stone room.
Yeah, maybe. Now you're dead then. I'm tempted, but no, I think I will try and show kindness to my own child.
Good choice.
4 successes.
Okay. Juniper, what are you doing?
Fighting the fucking shit out of these fuck-ass guards. I'm gonna use Spirit of the Fray to attack them both. And I'm also going to attempt to heal aggravated damage.
Okay. So 2 rage checks for the aggravated damage.
I passed 1, failed 1.
Okay. So that brings you down to 3, I believe, rage left.
Yep.
And what does Spirit of the Fray require dice-wise?
So Spirit of the Fray is a rage check per enemy, and you can attack additional enemies up to your glory level without penalty.
Are you focusing on just the 2 in front of you?
Yes, I am trying. How many are? It's just
They're just
guards.
the 2 guards and Jacob, yes.
Yeah. Am I within Jacob reach?
No.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
I just assumed you were focusing on the 2 in front of you, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me do those rage checks really quick. I passed both, so I get to attack both of them.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your strength and brawl.
Can I claw at one and bite another?
Well, Spirit of the Fray is basically the existing attack continuing onward. because you can split your dice between two opponents, which would allow for two different attacks, but you are basically using the same attack on two opponents.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. All right, so let me do this big old Jesus Christ dice roll really quick. Eight successes with a crit on the first one.
Okay.
And then
It's just the one roll. You don't need to make multiple rolls.
Oh, I don't need to make multiple.
No, it's 8 successes with a crit for both.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Misunderstood that. I thought.
Yeah, you're good.
Twice. Okay, good.
So as they have knocked you over to the ground, you kind of roll through back to your feet, sending your claws out in a raking motion that strikes one, sending them back, and strikes the other, deflecting them away as your claws dig into both of them, tearing them open, sending a shower of blood hitting the floor. Forged. As you turn and set Jacob down, or sorry, set Cooper down and turn to hit Jacob, Jacob brings the gun to your stomach and fires. You take 2 points of aggravated damage as the bullet lodges into you and starts burning immediately.
I'm down.
Okay. Well, didn't you just heal some mag?
Well, look, we had the one.
Oh, yeah, but you don't have the extra boxes because you're not in Krynos.
Yeah,
okay.
I didn't want to murder my baby by accident. It would have been awkward.
The Forged goes down. Juniper, declare your intentions.
Can I make it to Jordan?
I would say the two aren't down. You just hit both of them. So I would say you can, if you want to focus your attention on Jordan, you can, but you will have to dodge both, or Jacob. You will have to dodge both of the other Guru in the process.
Counter offer. I position myself to make it harder for Jacob to shoot me as well. So he would have to, like, if he would try, he would probably end up shooting one of the guards.
You want to move and get the two Guru in between you and him, basically.
Yes, I do.
Like a shield.
Yes, I want to still take them out as quickly as I can, but, you know, he has a gun. I have to maintain defensive awareness.
Okay. So, yes, you can move to allow the two Guru between you and him. But what do you want to do other than that? Or are you just dodging this round altogether?
I am not dodging this round. I would like to attempt to heal that another aggravated.
Okay.
Jesus fuck. I passed both.
Okay. So, go ahead and make your roll for the attack.
Can I activate Spirit of the Fray again?
Yeah.
I did it again. I passed both again. I'm gonna get us out of here. I'm gonna get us all out of here, Forge. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so I have a brutal, and then that equals out to 10 all together. So
Okay.
10 with the brutal.
As you slam into the two Guru in front of you, clawing across both of them, you are now doing a significant amount of damage that's causing them to stumble as they try to get at you, but you're just too fast with those forceful strikes on them. You have successfully done damage. Forged. Make 2 rage checks for me.
You got it. Failed.
Okay. What's your rage at currently?
That would bring it to a 3. It's 5, it would go to 3.
All right. As you are down on the ground, the bullet inside of you burning, your supernatural healing takes hold and starts to push the bullet out, your wounds starting to close. But you're still unconscious for the moment. Juniper, declare your next intentions.
I'm gonna press the wrong button on my keyboard and not activate push to talk. Anyway, I want to throw one of them at Jacob.
Okay. You will be open to an attack from the other one if you do so.
Can I attempt to heal an aggravated willpower aggravated damage before I do that?
2 rage checks.
All right, I passed one, and then a brutal counts as a failure in this case, right?
It does, yeah.
Okay, so I passed one, lost one.
Okay. That brings you down to what? 2 rage now? Okay.
Yes.
So you
indeed.
can make a strength and athletics roll to try and lift one of them up and throw them, but you'll need to make a dexterity and athletics -1 for the other one. Actually, I'm going to make that dexterity and athletics -2 because you are lifting up a Krynos werewolf and throwing them.
We could have just stayed with the -1.
We could have, but we're not.
Okay, so strength and brawl for the first one, strength and athletics -2.
Strength and athletics for the first one,
Sorry,
dex
I'm
and
sorry.
athletics -2 for the second.
I will ask that again, probably. Hold on.
Strength and athletics for the first one, dex and athletics -2 for the second one.
Yeah, I was just making sure I had the right
Yeah.
amount of dice. Seven with a crit for the first one.
Okay.
I've taken the 2 dice out. Five, no crit for the second.
Okay. So as you lift up this large Guru and throw them towards Jacob, they go colliding with Jacob, sending him sprawling to the ground and back into the corner of the wall. The second one, you don't take any damage, but you kind of end up even, so tie goes to the defender, so you manage to avoid taking any damage from their attack. Forged, I need another 2 rage checks.
Do dead Guru dream of sheep? That's the question I asked you, audience. One pass, 1 fail, so I'm down to 2 rage.
Okay. At this point, shocking, blinding light enters into your eyes. As you return to consciousness, your wounds continuing to seal. You are not in Glabro form, obviously, because when you go unconscious, you return to your regular state. But you are conscious and alive. Both of you declare your next intentions.
There's only one way out, right? It's just the door.
Correct.
So the only way out essentially is through. Heal 2. Did I only heal 1 damage or I heal 2?
You heal 2.
Okay. I'm just looking at anything that might give me an extra rage here, because this is a little risky for me.
While Jay is thinking, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
This is a stone room, right?
Correct. No windows, only the one door.
Okay. At this point, Juniper is desperate and looking for a Hail Mary. And even though she was thinking about possibly asking Fenris for help on the way here, Forged's comment about doing everything he can to save family, and including Juniper in that, reminded her about Ember. So my question is, if I rake my claws and cause a spark on the stone wall and mentally call out for Ember, would they be able to help us at all in this situation?
Potentially, but that will be your action. And I will need a composure or a charisma and persuasion roll. Or charisma and occult. I'll let that be an option too.
Ooh, that would be 1 die because social... Oh wait, no. Social and stealth rolls you automatically fail. In Krynos.
Yeah, you're not exactly in a good place. You know what? Let's make it wisdom and occult.
Wisdom and occult? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I try and heal an ag damage first?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Every round, you can attempt to heal.
Okay. I passed both.
Okay. So, give me that wisdom and occult roll.
Two successes.
Okay, as you strike your claws against the stone, you definitely leave some deep embedded gouges in the stone. But as far as you could tell, nothing's happened.
God fucking damn it.
Go ahead and make a dexterity and athletics -1 for me.
Is that like defending against combat?
Yes.
I would like to activate my Porcupine's Reprisal.
Yeah, if you get hit. But if you don't get hit, it really doesn't matter.
Okay, I just wanted to say that before I completely forgot to say anything.
You can say it as a reaction also, but yeah.
Okay. Six successes.
Okay. So as the one that was left nearby comes lunging at you, you manage to sidestep it just enough to avoid getting clawed. Declare your intentions for the next round, both of you.
I do have a question of what is Jacob and the other guard doing?
Getting up.
Actually, I don't think that Jay was able to go because I think that they were looking up something, right?
I was just kind of like hope and praying that I had something on my sheet that could give me a rage, but I don't really have anything except Luna's blessing, which I need to beat someone. So
Right.
unless I get hit, but we're just gonna stick with Glabro because that's my best option here. I'll shift into Glabro, and at this.
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
Is he still holding the gun after being knocked
Yes.
over? Fire! Fuck! All right. I'm sorry. I tried to.
It's fine. I'm just gonna first shift into Glabro, pass my rage check, and after that, getting up with my wound, very not doing very well right now. I'm at this point. I want to take that dot of standing with Hogloss to heal my willpower damage.
Okay. So now you have a stain against Hoglass and a stain against Hirano.
Anything for my kid, as like I said, unfortunately, I'm kind of in a spot where I have to fight. I can't just get past them. The lock, the door that's going to be very hard for me to get through without exposing myself. Because I'm going to act. Oh, shit. I know. Okay, so I do have a question. I know normally. Yeah, sorry, it's just a really complicated situation for me to be in. Yeah, actually, you know what? My goal here is that what I'm gonna do is that I am going to try and activate my Razor Claws to get large claws to fight, which costs a rage check.
Okay.
Failed, so I'm at 1 rage, and I'm gonna try and finish off the one that's fighting Juniper right now. Looks very. Actually, fuck! I can't run over there because I gotta defend my kids. So I'm gonna engage the one that. I should engage my brother. He has the silver gun. I'm kind of scared of the silver gun.
Well, there's 2 of them. There's your brother and the other Krynos werewolf together, so you would be opening yourself up to both of them.
Actually, you know what? The better option then. I'm just gonna pick up my kid and just essentially run to behind Juniper because she is the one with the most might here. She has the best chance to engage them.
Okay.
I can't do anything right now.
Okay. Then give me a dexterity and athletics roll.
This is fine. I forgot the rage, but it didn't matter. I'm going to use the willpower. That is going to be 2 successes.
Okay. The gun fires off, and Forged, as it strikes you in the back, you feel that same searing, burning pain as you take 2 points of aggravated damage once more as the bullet tears through you.
Stop knocking me unconscious.
As you are just about to reach your child, the bullet strikes you and sends you dropping to the floor in front of him. Okay. Juniper, declare your intentions.
I gotta get that gun.
Okay. What do you want to do?
Ideally, I would like to rip Jacob's head off of his fucking body right now. That's what I would like to do. Would that be feasible this turn?
You can try and move and make an attack, doing strength and brawl, but you will be open to 2 attacks from the other guru, because one is close to you, the other one is right next to Jacob. And the difficulty will go up because of the defense that he has with the Krynos Guru right next to him. Because he's got cover, effectively.
Yeah. I will go for it. I will activate Raging Strike.
Okay.
But I would also like to heal aggravated damage before I passed both of them.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do the rage check. I did not pass the rage check for Raging Strike.
That puts you down to 1 rage.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yep. I'm going for him. Okay.
Random question: could I have gotten a rage from my touchstone child being threatened by being potentially
No,
shot at?
damage to your touchstone would do bad things for you.
Well, in the reclaw, it said if your touchstone is threatened, you gain rage. That's what I was wondering.
Well, you were at max rage at the time that they were threatened, so you couldn't have gained any. They are not being threatened currently.
And not to my awareness, I don't know what's going on at all.
Nine with a crit.
As you rush up, go ahead and make me 2 dexterity and athletics rolls, -1, -1, 1, -2.
Five with a crit on the first one.
Okay.
Four on the second.
Okay. So as you go rushing towards Jacob, lashing out with a raging strike to attempt to hit him, you manage to avoid getting hit by the first one, but the second one does hit you, doing 2 points of superficial damage. As you get a hold of Jacob, he just looks at you. And fires the gun on Forged. Forged, unable to defend, has a 1 to his defense pool. Forged takes 4 aggravated damage and dies before you manage to get a hold of Jacob and tear his head clean off. There are still 2 more Guru in the room. And a child. What do you wish to do?
Does that have any...
You can make a composure and resolve if you think you'd frenzy.
I don't think it'd make Juniper frenzy. Not right now. She's very compartmentalized right now. But
Okay.
she is so fucking pissed. She's so fucking pissed. Are there like I, I know she's not a theurge, but like, is there any like fucking way she can call on some sort of spirit somehow, some way to help during this? Get her like I don't even know.
We already tried once to call Ember and it failed. So what would you try to do? What do you think?
Ember didn't answer, but Fenris has in the past.
True.
And has gotten her out of crazy situations.
Okay, so what would you like to do?
Seeing Forged die, she would rip Jacob's fucking head clean off, yeah. And she would like just do like the most fucking pissed off roar and turn towards the guard, and like with all of the burning righteous fury within her soul, she would call out to Fenris to give her the strength to obliterate her enemies and get the body and the kid out to safety.
Okay. Give me a glory and persuasion check.
Does it matter that I'm in Krynos form? Or
Not in this case. This is on a different level. You're not trying to communicate with a human or something like that.
The only thing I rolled was a crit. 4 successes with a crit.
As you're moving, the blood from Jacob's removed head still splattering outwards, time starts to slow. The room freezes and is now a little bit fuller as a black furred wolf with glowing red eyes moves into the scene.
What could you possibly hope to accomplish now?
Getting this child out alive and making sure Forged returns home.
Is that what you want?
It's what I'm willing to burn for.
Juniper can so much fury, so much righteousness. If this is what you wish, if this is the end result you require, if you're willing for it.
At this point, he moves up to face you directly in the face. This wolf is so massive, it meets your Krynos form height, eye level.
Would you take his place? For your vengeance dies here if you do.
I told him I would do everything to make sure that he got his kid back safely. And I don't go back on my promises. Get them home, safe and sound, and I will burn for you.
At this point, time starts again. Juniper is still standing, but she has glowing red eyes and furious gnashing teeth as she launches her way forward.
She launches her way forward with burning, glowing red eyes and gnashing teeth, and she immediately plunges her claws and arms into the torso of one of the dying black spiral dancers and rips them down the middle, top from bottom. As the other comes charging up behind her, she swings around, grabbing them by digging her claws into their torso and brings them overhead, smashing their head into the stone floor, allowing it to splatter across the floor as it hits. As she stands there heaving, looking over the corpses, the dead, the fire inside continues to burn, this time brighter and hotter, untamed, uncontrolled. She quite literally ignites. Flames bursting from her mouth, her eyes, her ears in a howl as they consume her. Burning her to death. But at that moment, in the light of the fire, Forged takes in a deep, heaving breath as one aggravated damage is healed. Forged, you are returned to consciousness. But before you do, Juniper, what's your last thought?
I get to see my family again. And I know that they will be nothing but proud of me.
And that you do. Because through the burning flames that are eating your flesh, destroying your physical form, you see your family on the other side of the fire. They extend a hand out to you, beckoning you to your new home beyond the veil. Forged, you awaken to a burning pile that is Juniper Cameen. Your brother, dead, head removed off to one side. Two completely destroyed Guru littering the ground. And Cooper, who sits crying, unsurprisingly, off to the side. Pain racks your body, but no more than the pain that racks your heart. As you see the dead Black Fury burning into nothingness in front of you. What do you do?
As much as Forge wish he could sit in this moment to process everything that's going on, to really to even understand what the hell happened, because he was sure that that was it, that was the end. His tale finally over, his existence of misery finally put to an end, where he didn't have to finally curse anyone else anymore. But he can't. He has a mission. He had this kid, and he needs to go. As he'll at first just crawl up to his kid, the pain racking his body as he tries to soothe his own child. Cooper, it's okay. Daddy's here. It'll be okay.
As you scoop up your son, trying to soothe him, go ahead and give me a charisma and persuasion roll. Now you are impaired, so it is unfortunately at a -1.
I did heal all my willpower.
Oh, you did? So you're good. Full pool. That's right. You took the stain.
Yeah, I meant something. I'll use a willpower. Even that matters to me. Yeah, 3 successes.
Okay. He stops crying. He's still whimpering slightly, but he presses his head against your chest as you lift him up and start to carry him from the room. You move out into the long, dark hallways. You move through the mines and out into the open sky. The van is still there. And so is Aaron. Aaron looks at you and says, "Was it worth it?"
Or just dead-eyed, staring at her. No emotion really conveyed on his face right now. His bloody hands clasping his own child, cradling him into his chest. It doesn't matter anymore.
That's all I needed to hear. And she tosses you the car keys to the van. None of it matters anymore. Because we're coming. And when we arrive, it all ends. Now get out of here before I change my mind.
Catches the key, stares down at it, his hand twitching. He clasps it in his hands, squeezing it tight as he starts shuffling forward, getting into the car, and he's just going to leave. He doesn't know what to feel right now, what to think. He just knows he at least has to get back. That's the only thing he needs to do right now.
This is where our story comes to a close this evening. But not without one last scene. Forged is back at the cairn in Florida. In his arms, a child. In front of him, a warder and mentor. Charles says to Forged, "You know you can't keep him. He can't live in a world like this. He can't be raised in this culture. Not until he comes of age. Unless you want him to end up like me. So you must choose. Forged from failures. We rehome him and have him raised by a Ghislaine family until close to his first change, or you walk away from Guru life until his first change and raise him yourself." Think carefully, Forged from failures, because there is no half in, half out. You're either all in on the Guru life, or you're all in on being a parent. And this is where our story comes to a close. Next week, Forged will make his decision. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed down below, and join our Ko-fi, whereas for as low as $5 a month, you can become a member and see all of the behind the scenes, including the very emotional RBT that we are likely to have for this episode. But for these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune into all of our programs, including Red Tide Rising on Sunday, Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday, and back here with the deciding episode of Hounds next Friday. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
So how with the path, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production, produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. Visit our website at stpetebynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening, and until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.